Hello, everyone, and welcome in to Poker House of Dallas. We're about to start the live stream. We've got Frankie from Next Gen Poker with us tonight. I almost just said Next Gen, but the other two boys are out of town. So we got Frankie from Next Gen Poker here running the show, and we have an incredible lineup tonight. I am here in the booth. I'm Mr. Nick Morgan, and I am here with John Hardy, a.k.a. Nocturnal, Mr. Producer and Poker Player Extraordinaire. John, glad to have you in the booth tonight. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Nick. It's always a pleasure. Look forward to this every week.
No doubt, my man. I am excited to get started here. You can see that they are drawing for seats, and then they will move around. And we've actually had a few questions about that in the past in regards to how the seat numbers are chosen, and that's what they do. Everybody shows up, and when all 9 guys are here, they draw for a card and then take their seat. So we are going to be getting started here with cards in the air any second. And as I was mentioning before, we have several action players in the mix tonight. There's Mr. Tricky Fish, who is a recurring customer.
He's been playing on every single stream, Nick.
No doubt.
I'm starting to get a lot more familiar with his game.
No doubt, dude. And as we mentioned last week, if you guys were with us, this is Savage Sundays, and we are going to be adding an element of anytime some, let's say, very exciting action goes down where there might be something to be said about it. We're going to call those players into the booth here and give them a few seconds to explain themselves, and that could be for better or worse, John.
I remember I actually had to come in here last week, if anyone remembers.
Tell us about it a little bit.
So I ended up folding in a hand, and one of the players in that hand was Nick 6 right there. He's playing tonight as well. And the other player was Flying Hawaiian. I don't think he's playing tonight, though. And there was a situation where they both had a pair of 4s, and it went bet call on the river.
Oh, yeah.
I was getting 9-1 on a call, and I had a better pair than a 4, Nick.
Oh, but, man, I remember that one, John.
I couldn't find the call, but I had to come in here and explain myself, and it was painful.
Oh, yeah. That was brutal. That was brutal, but that's part of the fun, and we know that's why all of you guys out there love poker. It is the highs and the lows. It is the swings. And so these guys are taking their seats here. You see, we got a lot of fun faces around the table today. A lot of unique characters, guys that are recurring guests to the stream. That is the boy there in the 5 seat looking like a ninja. Love that look. And then standing right there next to him is the one and only Woodley. Gosh, I feel like we have so many characters on tonight, John. It's like every single seat is going to be interesting no matter who's in the hand.
I can't even explain how excited I am for this lineup. And if you saw there, we had Mr. Regis in seat 1.
Oh, yeah. I think this is the first time we've had Regis on our stream, but he is a recurring member of other streams here during the week at Poker House Dallas Live.
And then we see there in seat 3 we have Jay. Jay's a friend of mine, and I'm sure he's going to bring the heat and play some interesting pots.
Oh, yeah. So I know you've got a few groups of buddies here in the poker world. How does Jay know Tricky Fish or Evan? Are those guys connected?
No, I would say they aren't.
No.
We've played at home games, and we've had Jay come to one of our home games before, but separate friend group.
Okay, gotcha.
They know each other, though.
They're going to get to know each other tonight, I think.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think they'll be getting into some big pots.
It's funny. I actually think these guys play kind of a similar style. What would you say about that?
I'd say it's similar. I think that Jay likes to go after it a little bit more post-flop than Tricky Fish.
Really? Okay.
Especially, actually, pre-flop, what am I saying? He probably goes after it pre-flop more. I think he takes a lot more 4-bet bluff spots that Tricky Fish might not take.
Okay. Fair enough. And see, I would be sitting here thinking that Tricky Fish does go for it pretty often, so that's good to hear.
I think we're in for a treat tonight, Nick.
Oh, yeah. And as you mentioned, that's Regis right there in the red, in the 1 seat, and then next to him is Frankie from Next Gen Poker. Next Gen Poker, the namesake of this live stream, and also a social media conglomerate in the poker world. That's right, they have the largest poker TikTok in the entire world, and that's TikTok, just about the largest social media company in the world. Pretty impressive, John.
Very impressive stuff.
And you, my friend, are a huge part of that, as Mr. John here is the editor for the Next Gen Poker vlogs. And I've heard you've been doing some of those shorts as well. Is that right?
Yes, I was doing the shorts for a very long time. We recently outsourced that, but I still do the vlogs.
Gotcha.
I'll be doing the vlogs for now.
Nice.
They're looking to put out a short every single day going forward.
Wow.
And that's just too much for me to keep up with because, I do play for a living as well.
Nice.
So, yeah, shorts. I can't do a short a day.
For sure, dude. I can imagine there's so much work that goes into that editing process. Me and my buddies used to do some of those videos, and I would say the time consumption on the editing and just putting the video together, that's one of the main reasons why we ended up stopping doing it. It's like a full-time job.
It makes perfect sense because it's very, very time consuming.
For sure. So, all right, guys, you can see Mr. Eddie back there in the background walking around in that beautiful pink shirt. He is going to be running Action Tracker for us tonight, and that is how all of the action from the poker game appears on the screen for you there. So if you have questions about that, basically what's going to happen is Eddie is going to be watching the game, and then our dealer there, Frank, he is going to be calling out the action to Eddie, and Eddie is going to be watching it and trying to keep up with it himself most of the time, and then we'll have assistance there as it's called out. He'll type it in, and then it'll show up on the screen for you there, and we'll commentate it for you.
Looks like they're going to do a PLO flip to get things started here, Nick.
Nice.
To answer Cade in the live chat, I personally did not get caught up in the FTX scandal at all. I don't know if you had any money in that.
No, I did not.
So we're safe. We're safe from the fallout.
Good question. And with that, I'll say we would love to have more good questions tonight. If you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, put them there in the chat box, and we will try to respond to every one of them here in the booth.
Also, make sure you guys hit that like button. We've got 23 of you starting out with us here tonight. Make sure you hit that like button so it goes out to all the other fine poker players that are on YouTube this evening. We could have a big group watching these epic hands we're about to have with these awesome players.
No doubt. It's Jack Peterson there in the chat, my best friend in the world. He says, epic lineup. The battle begins, and I couldn't agree more. This is an epic lineup.
This might be one of the best lineups we've had so far. Mm-hmm. I'm almost jealous I'm not out there.
I mean, you can expect to see a lot of 4, 5, and 6-way pots tonight, I think. A lot of people taking the flop, a lot of raising, fair amount of 3-betting and 4-betting.
Another dynamic I want to comment on is actually how you see we have Jay there on Frankie's left, but then to Jay's left, there's Gerard, who's a new member to our stream tonight. But then on his left, we have Woodley and Nick Six.
Oh, yeah, back to back.
So because I expect Jay to be really aggressive, that would give the opportunity for Woodley and Nick to be in a lot of multi-way 3-bet pots.
Oh, yeah, dude. There's going to be so much cold calling going on down that backside of the table.
We got new graphics here?
Yeah, we tried some new graphics tonight. What do you think about them?
I like it.
It kind of took me by surprise just now when I saw it, but we just thought we'd try something a little bit out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
That's awesome. Let us know what you guys think in the chat. What do you guys think about these new graphics? I mean, I think it's an improvement.
Yeah, no doubt. I actually totally forgot that they were going to be like that until I saw them, and they were a little bit shocking, but...
That's great. I've never seen them on any live stream like that before.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking, that they kind of set us apart from what other people are doing, kind of all the standard...
For sure. Big fan.
Okay, let's see how easy it is to read them. So we've got Regis limping under the gun here, and then Woodley goes for the immediate isolation. Raises to 40. Looks like it is just a $5 blind, so Woodley goes with that huge sizing here on the button, just trying to get it heads up, I think.
Let's see how successful he'll be tonight at trying to get things heads up.
And he did get it heads up, but probably not what he expected. I'm sure he was thinking that he was going to get a limp and a call. And Regis would have flopped 2 pair against Woodley and Tom's.
That's the last time that he folds queen 3.
Oh my gosh, dude. Let's see how this hand develops, but Regis might have won a huge pot here. So Woodley and Tom both flopping top pair, both with kicker problems. We'll see how much Tom likes his, depending on how the betting action goes.
Woodley does pick up the nut flush draw here to go along with his ace.
Yeah, nice. Great turn card for action. It went check,
picks up a
bet,
gut shot, too.
call. Yeah, and I think if that had not have come, that sweet card, that you would see Woodley check this back a lot.
I think so, too.
Kind of bets on the come here.
River's going to brick off here.
And I bet we'll see this go check and check.
As we do.
They're going to show it down, and
Tom's going to scoop home the first pot of the night.
yeah, pretty good size one, almost $400 in there. Yeah, Woodley's trying to figure how many cards beat
How
me
many
there.
outs did I have on that turn card?
That, and I think he's also trying to make sure that he is not chopping. But you are not this time. Only a queen and a jack out there.
Game on. To answer your question, yes, this is really live. We are currently live from Poker House Dallas.
Boom. Well, we're on a 10-minute delay.
That's
So-
true. 10-minute delay.
Very important to note that none of the cards are known to any of the members or shown live or known to us here in the booth until 10 minutes have passed.
Correct. Jack Peterson saying nice new graphics. They look great.
Nice.
What's up, DFS Brat?
DFS Brad is actually an OG of something that's very important to mention, which is how you get on this stream. If you're watching and you want to play, you can go to the Next Gen social medias, either their Instagram or their YouTube, and follow that to get in contact with them about joining their Discord. I think, do they have a link to the Discord directly on their social media, John, or you DM them?
I'm pretty sure it's in the join button on their YouTube channel. So if you go to one of their YouTube videos where the subscribe button is, to the left of that there should be a button that says join, and that button will bring you to the Discord.
Gotcha. So yeah, if you want to play in this live stream, just join that Discord. It's $5 a month for the base package, and I believe $25 a month to be on the hot list, so you could get in this game every week. And we have a hand developing here. 4 ways, as we mentioned, we would probably see a lot of. I think this might have been double straddled, and then there was 3 limpers.
I think we'll see a lot of those double straddles too.
And Tricky Fish leads out to just kind of find out where he's at and protect his hand. With second pair after it checks through on the flop, probably thinks he's got the best hand most of the time. He can also get called by a lot of draws here. I like the play, and he takes it down.
So another interesting thing to note, given the lineup of players with the boy, Woodley, and Nick all on Jay's left, not to mention the action that it'll bring, but also we might see some crazy straddles going on. Because the boy is always going to throw the 10 on, and Woodley's very easily convinced to throw the 20 on. And you know Nick's throwing the 40.
He's going 40 every time.
He's going the 40.
Okay.
So we might see some crazy hands going down.
Let's go.
If Woodley puts on the $20 straddle, there is no way that Nick's not putting on the $40 straddle.
Looks like we have the 10 on this time at least. And there's multiple limps. And check. So we're going 5 ways to another flop.
Nothing for anyone here. Deuce is still with the best hand.
And no one really has much to stab at it with either, so if he can hold, he might get to showdown. Nope.
But Woodley's going to stab anyway.
Yep. With bare bone nothing.
You know Regis isn't folding.
Regis isn't going nowhere with the pair.
Gets Tricky Fish out with his ace high. Would have turned a 9 here.
Yeah, now let's see if...
Check, and Regis is going to hold with his deuces if he can if he can hold on.
Is Woodley going to try again?
He's got 8 high. Okay, he does give up.
And look at that. Oh, Woodley, it's agony.
Woodley's probably just like, oh, thank God I gave up, because you know Regis isn't folding
Not
those
folding.
deuces.
Nice play from Regis right there, actually, to call the flop. Be able to get to showdown. pretty tough in a 5-way pot to get an underpair to showdown.
And he's bobbing and weaving out there.
It was 30 degrees when I got to Kansas City on Tuesday, but it ended up warming up about 50 on Friday.
Any snow, ice? I heard it snowed opening morning this year. I've been there different years and never
Early December, we used to always get
Raise to 25.
That's Woodley coming in with a raise there.
Calls 25.
Nick's not going anywhere. Tom's not going anywhere.
Woodley and Nick with both above average hands here.
Oh, looks like Regis is reaching for multiples.
Oh boy,
Oh,
the Cowboys.
Boy. And Frankie has ace-10 suited and knows that Regis can get after it. Good fold from Frankie right there.
Wow.
No doubt.
I'm
He was
actually
in-
very surprised to see him fold that.
Yeah, and he was in really bad shape with 2 aces out there.
That's incredible. All his clubs are gone too. With 2 clubs there.
Nice, good fold, Frankie.
Wow.
And Regis is getting 4-way action with his kings.
And there's only 1 ace left in the deck.
Went with a pretty small sizing there. Maybe now wishing it had gone a little bit bigger. Maybe you want this to go 2 or 3 ways. 4 feels like a lot.
A king would be a devastating card here. Oh man. It looks like he's not going to play around.
Yeah.
He knows he's got the best hand, and he's going to say, you're going to pay to see this turn card. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see Nick see this turn card. He's got the ace of spades. He got shot to the nuts.
Oh, he's reaching.
I don't think he's going
And
to
Woodley is snap in there, dude, with the ace-jack.
Wow.
Yeah, that one's a little surprising.
I
thought
actually
Woodley
just
might fold
glossed
there.
over that. I
Yeah.
just glossed over that completely. I didn't even realize.
He's still got 2 players left to act behind him. I know he's thinking, man, you get in there with ace-jack and you flop a jack. You got to be feeling like you don't want to just throw it away. But when you still got 2 more players left to act behind you and Regis is betting so strong.
Wow. Well, it looks like Regis is probably going to get a lot of money here.
Wow. So Nick is in there. You mentioned he might continue anyway, and then with that added price of Woodley calling between him,
Wow.
not surprised to see that.
Regis has got to love that card.
Oh yeah, that's a total brick, and with how much they have behind,
He is going to bet $500.
okay, I thought he might just get it in there. He only had a pot-sized bet left.
I assume this is going to go fold now. But what do I know? I've been wrong before.
Yeah. I mean, when Woodley gets a call behind him, surely he's got to be thinking that ace-jack's no good. But he's thinking about it. Nope. Good fold. And now Nick, it's going to be tough to hang on. You are getting a price. He doesn't know if his ace is good, which actually 2 of them are burned.
He's got 2 outs.
A little bit of gamesmanship there.
He's reaching for chips.
Yeah, he is. As you can see, guys, with those ace and king outs dead, he's only got a 7% chance to win. He's got 1 ace and 1 king. Nick is staring him down. Eyeballing that $1,700 in the middle. He's getting about 3.5 to 1 here, John.
I think that he's going to arrive at a fold. But I think that...
he called.
Right as I say that.
We're going to see a river card, and he's only got 2 outs, but if one of them comes, makes a pair, but...
Does make a pair, but...
And Regis is undeterred
All in.
by potential 2-pair combination.
Nick laughing because he knows he hit a pair. Snap folds.
and Nick folds it.
He showed bluff though.
If it's 7 Ds, I swear to God.
I would love to see that.
Couldn't hit Broadway.
All right, the can, Tom.
Blocking me. Nice hand, Regis. Thank you. I thought maybe I could spike an ace on the river, you know?
My goodness. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, Regis has doubled his stack.
Yeah, and that is good for the game because we know Regis loves to get in there, play a lot of pots.
Wow.
Gives good aggressive action too. It's not like Regis is always coming in with a limp or just a call. He is in there battling, raising it up, putting pressure on the other players. Very tough guy to play against.
Wow. What a hand. Maybe we need to call Nick in here after that. See about that turn call.
Yeah, you could ask him about that.
And just reading some of your guys' comments here, Sassy says the graphics look great. I appreciate that. I agree with you.
Nice.
I think the improvement needs to stay.
Yeah. Nice. I like it too.
I'm liking it a lot. And Derek, good friend of mine, dealer at TCH down the road. Overhead cam, let's go.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
No doubt, dude. Making improvements every week. So did you want to grab Nick there?
Yeah, I think we should.
Let's do it. Let's just ask him.
Let's ask him.
Calls 25. Calls.
All right, so John just stepped out. He's going to grab Nick 6 for us there. We're going to ask him about that big turn call to get things started. And here he is, the man. Mr. Nick, we've got our own microphone for you this week, so... Oh, sorry, it's so tight trying to get in here. Yeah, you can pop those on so you can hear us, and let's get that turned up.
What an introduction to Woodley.
All right, yeah, no doubt. All right, so we were wanting to ask you real quick about that hand that we just saw, which is where you called with the ace-10 on the turn with the spade against Regis.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you walk us through what was going through your mind there on the turn when you're thinking about calling?
I've played a lot of hands with Regis, and he can bluff a lot of hands.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he'll have a top pair or maybe two pair. I felt like I could hit a king. I didn't put him on kings. I didn't range him there.
Yeah,
Usually he would be much more aggressive early.
no doubt. And we were thinking, too, that maybe your ace is still good, which it actually was that time.
If I could have gotten an ace on the river, the 10 didn't help, obviously, but
And there's over $1.7 thousand in the pot. That's got to play a big part, right?
A lot of money out there already.
well, I took Regis for about 7. I begged him to fold on some hands because I had him, and that was a couple weeks prior.
Oh, we've got a little history, huh, between you and Regis?
Yeah, we've actually played every Thursday night.
Oh, yeah,
We used to
nice.
stream on Patrick's game, on Duck's game.
And would you say that you've gotten the best of him then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One night he left, he said, "You've taken all my money." And I said, "I begged you to fold." Never feel sorry for a guy with a Ferrari.
Nice, Nick. Well, we hope you hit the next one, and keep battling out there. Good luck.
Guys.
Good luck.
See ya. Good luck getting out of that door, too.
All right.
Maybe we should have them stand back and open it all the way to the wall there.
Yeah, maybe we should do that.
All right, awesome. Glad to have Nick in there to talk about that hand. There's the updated chip counts for you guys, and also give us some feedback on how tough it was to hear him there, because we added a third mic this week. Last week we would bring the players in and then step out, or have our second commentator step out so that they could take the primary mics. So we're trying to add a third one this week, guys. So give us some feedback on how that sounded if you were able to hear Nick's commentary.
I think I can fix that for us. I think it was a little quiet, but
Yeah, nice. Good idea.
40 to play. Race and 100.
Should we maybe move that computer? Perfect. All right, we're making everything nice and easy so we can get more of these players in here in the booth. Trying to make improvements every week here for the live stream. We appreciate you guys being with us. We are over 50 viewers now, and we get back into the action here with Tricky Fish picking up a real hand.
everyone's saying it sounded. Everyone say it was sounding a little bit low. We got that fixed for you now. It should be higher up next time. And Will Carter saying, who do we think will have the highest 3-bet frequency? Ooh, boy. I think it's going to be Jay.
Okay. It's a good guess. And Jay's a first timer on the stream, right?
Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully we'll see blood one way or the other. That usually happens whenever you have a frequent 3-better come into the game for the first time.
And there's a lot of frequent 3-betters in this game already.
And you can see Tricky Fish got out-flopped here by Nick. And Nick leads into him, which makes sense as it went 3 ways to the flop. This was Tricky Fish open over, I believe it was a triple straddle, John. Oh, no. It would be a double straddle.
Goodness. And Woodley turns 2 pair with the 8
wow.
deuce.
Classic Woodley move right here. He floats light, drills it, and then now just leads and puts Nick in a wicked spot.
Oh my goodness, he rips it for 1,300. This is probably the hand that Nick thought we were going to talk about.
Oh my
when we brought him in here.
Yeah, dude.
He seemed a little surprised when we asked him about
He did, yeah, he did.
This is probably the hand.
But I can't remember if he gave away any spoilers or not. Don't tell me.
He did. He did give away spoilers.
Well, hopefully the viewers don't remember.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering what he had behind. I know he has the 5 out there. I'm just curious what he has behind.
And with Woodley having the reputation he has, I just don't know if Nick finds the fold. And here it
Oh
is.
boy, and we
So-
called him into the booth. This is the double dagger.
Do we call him back?
It's Savage
It
Sundays.
is Savage Sunday. Do we call
Oh boy,
him
let me
back?
think about it for a second.
Oh no.
Oh, and he's all in. It's brick. And Woodley shows the 8 deuce offsuit. Oh my gosh, it's agony. And we called in Nick to talk about another hand.
Because we didn't know.
Way less significant hand that 2 seconds later. Oh, now that is Savage Sunday, guys.
Do we call Woodley in instead?
Oh
Probably call
boy.
Woodley in, shouldn't we?
And Woodley, let's do it.
We're gonna call Woodley in.
Oh, that's hilarious. And now Woodley and Regis both sitting on 3K.
Wow.
I think Nick 6 wins to get some more money. Huge pot. Oh my gosh. And John is stepping out to get Woodley, and this is going to be gnarly having to do this. Go out there and tell people right after they get stacked. Oh boy. We are off and running, guys. What a turn card right there. You could just leave the door standing wide open, and let's just let Woodley walk right up to it. Woodley! Oh, man.
Just talk directly into that mic.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear you. It should be up, so. All right, dude. We just watched the 8 deuce offhand where we float the flop for 125 and then drill it on the turn. You got to tell us. I personally don't have that in my game. So whenever I see you, I just got to know, how does it feel when you see that second pair that you were praying for turn off in this huge pot?
Yeah, I mean, after I blind call, and then when I make a pair, I'm just never folding, you know, and so...
Oh, you blind called.
I blind called, well, I straddled, and then
Yeah, straddle was to 20, right?
double straddle to 40.
Oh, it was to 40. Oh,
To
okay.
100, I'm just never folding.
Oh, yeah, okay.
For sure.
So you get a great price pre-flop.
Yes.
You hit a pair, and you're like, I'm calling once for sure.
So I blind called pre, I hit a pair, and now I'm never folding.
Yeah.
And then I just got lucky on the turn.
Okay, I'm with you there. How does it feel when you see that turn card?
Just going all in.
Oh, yeah, dude. I saw you led straight into him instead of checking and trying to get tricky. Is that because there was 3 of you still? If it was heads up, do you think you'd be more likely to check again?
No, I'm probably just going to get it in. There's
Yeah.
a flush draw out there. I get called by a lot of aces. And
Yeah,
stuff, so.
nice. Makes perfect sense. Nice, dude. Well, that's a sweet way to get started. Now you're deep stack with Regis. Maybe we'll see a 6K pot pop off
I
here.
hope so. I'm looking to get it in whenever I can. So.
All right, dude.
All
Well,
right.
thanks for joining us. Good luck out there.
Good luck out there.
And good luck trying to get out of that door. Maybe that'll be a new tagline until we get to our upgraded facilities,
Good
guys.
luck getting out of that door. Oh, man. That was the very own Woodley.
Oh,
the
yeah.
one and only.
Oh, yeah. Love that. And Scott saying he loves the new graphics. Nice. Good move. Good move.
And here we have Gerard with kings. We missed the pre-flop action here. It looks like he 3-bet to 175 and Woodley called. Imagine Woodley gets into another massive.
I know, dude. That's probably going to happen a lot.
Oh, man. Savage Sunday.
Oh, boy. The king might save Woodley. It is the king of diamonds, too.
Yeah, I think Woodley loses less money than he would have in this pot because of that. As long as we don't see a 3 on the river.
And you can see Gerard is selling the agony. Maybe that's a little bit real because he's conflicted on how much the king helps him with it being a diamond. It's really like not a very good card for you. It helps you beat other sets and 2 pairs, but improves a lot of other hands and scares any jack.
He actually does check it back. Or he checks it and gets Woodley to check it back. Gives him a free card here. I think Woodley will pay off a small bet here. I don't know if he calls if he goes all in for the 600 though. He bets 300. Woodley gets away from it.
Yeah, Woodley folds pretty quickly there. A good fold. Man, we are off and running, John. That's a lot of fun.
That's great. I knew this lineup was going to produce action, and action it has produced. We've only been live for half an hour. We got 52 of you riding through this roller coaster with us. Make sure you hit that like button. Helps us out a ton. We get this stream out to the masses.
And as Scott Friedman just said in the live chat, everybody subscribe. That is the biggest help to us. I don't know if you can see there on Facebook for those of you that Poker House of Dallas has requested help us get to 1K subscribers. We're almost there. Once we hit 1K, that's going to open up more options for us to access tools on YouTube that are going to help improve the stream even more. We are working. As you can tell so far, John, we actually have not had any technical difficulties on the camera work tonight, whereas we were getting a lot of overlap before. And so far tonight, everything has been super smooth.
Yeah, honestly, the quality has been increasing every single week so much. I'm so happy with how far we've come already, and there's only up to go. Keep getting better and better.
No doubt, dude. And here we've got Regis limping in. Frankie goes for the isolation and the hijack, and he gets 3-bet by the boy.
This time, the boy has the goods.
He does.
But I do not think Frankie is. Oh, my goodness, and he folds. Oh, it was a big 3-bet.
It was big.
That was a big 3-bet.
The
boy was in the small blind, so he went big.
For sure, and it wasn't really a squeeze there. I expect the boy to do a fair amount of flatting just to keep Regis in the pot and go 3 ways there, as opposed to, Frankie is like a tight, aggressive player. Probably doesn't want to 3-bet him from the small blind that much, so.
Did that go 40 to 225?
Yeah, I think it did. Okay. Or maybe it was 45, but yeah, somewhere right around there.
Because I was about to say I don't see Frankie folding in position, but that's a very big size. That's 5x. I can understand the fold then.
Oh, and Regis wakes up with the goods this time.
It seems like he's waking up with the goods a lot so far.
And Tricky Fish limps under the gun +1 with the Jack 10 off. He's going to get punished immediately. Regis raises it just directly to $80. He says, we're not going multi-ways in this one. And I actually like that a lot, where he just has the hand class where he knows, I want to achieve something specific, which is to go like 2 or 3 ways to this flop. He raises it huge and gets exactly what he wants. He gets called by a smaller pair. Everyone else folds.
Gets a ace-king jack flop. It's going to hit his range a lot more, raising to 80 right off the gate like that.
Wow.
He's going to bet $250 and I assume get a very quick fold.
Yeah, and
going to take it down.
I guess Regis is aware of like board texture properties and whose range it favors right there. So he decided to just hammer the board that favored his range. I mean, he flopped third pair, so at that point you're just bluffing.
Yeah, but if Woodley's got a king there, it's not going to be an easy...
For sure, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Very interesting choice.
Did have the queen of clubs as well. Frankie with the ace-5 suited here.
Let's see if he decides to enter the pot. Looks like we probably got a 2 5-10 going on this one.
If he enters the pot, you think it'll be a limp or a raise?
I think that it's going to be a limp. How was that guess?
I thought it was going to be a limp as well.
Raise to 50.
Okay, and who is it bumping it to 50 here? Is that Tom with the Jack 10 off? No.
No, that is not.
Oh, that's Nick 6 with the Jack 7 off. Spicy open. What a pot builder.
In the small blind.
And Frankie just calls. I thought he could consider using that as a back race spot.
We can see here, if there were some diamonds to pop off here, we would have a massive pot.
Oh, yeah.
But I would say that's pretty unlikely.
How about 2 diamonds and a 3?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, it was so close. And 1 diamond.
1 diamond and a 3.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Regis with top pair. Gerard's just drilling bottom set.
Oh, yeah.
Woodley's got middle pair and a backdoor flush draw.
He is saying grace to the poker gods right now, as this is a super dry board. The only hands he can be beaten by are pocket 8s or pocket queens, and most of these guys are really unlikely to have pocket queens, as they were just limping and calling, so it's really only one hand that you lose to. He just slow plays it here, allows it to go multi-ways to the turn, as it will. He is letting these guys draw to improve, as there are multiple backdoor straight and flush draws available. But that is a total brick.
And as we can see here, he has all of them drawing dead.
Yeah,
Not very
wow.
likely that you have 4 people drawing dead
No doubt, dude. How often does that happen?
on the turn. And Regis is leading into it.
Oh, wow.
Massive for $200.
He does have that top pair, but I thought he might play a little bit cautiously when it goes 4 ways to the turn. But as he did not get, he was the original better, right? And Gerard just flatted. So Regis thinking since he didn't get raised, he still has a good chance to have the best hand. Beefs up the size to protect it. And now is Gerard going to go for the raise? It looks like it. It's a small raise.
And if you know anything about Regis, he does not like to fold top pair. As he shouldn't be. Why would you like to fold top pair?
Yeah, it's hard to make top pair.
You got the best pair on the board.
Okay, and Regis does let it go.
Good fold, Regis.
Yeah, good fold from Regis right there. I, too, especially with that being a very small raise, was concerned that he might get trapped in there, but lets it go.
Tom Harrison on Facebook saying Regis is just way too good for those kids.
Yeah, no doubt.
Regis is an absolute legend here at Poker House Dallas. You can frequently see him playing the 2-5 games out here.
He plays the stream very often.
You know, we've been getting those 2-5 games going every single day out here.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
A lot of growth in the room.
Yeah, a lot of 2-5, a lot of bomb pots, a lot of mixed games, and a lot of 1-2 deep stack no limit. So if you're in the mood to play some poker, get off the couch, come on down. You can catch the end of this live stream actually live and get some reps in.
The boy here with ace-jack suited, and there's just something about ace-jack suited, especially lately. I've really been liking looking down at ace-jack suited.
Yeah.
Really pretty hand.
The only problem is when someone else looks down at ace-king, as Tricky Fish does here, and he swoops in for the raise.
And I know that there's a running joke with me and my friend group. We call ace-king, ace-king. That's how we pronounce it. And I know that in his head right now, he's just screaming that in his head.
One more time.
Ace King.
Ace King. How was that?
That's perfect. You did it great. We're at our home games and we look down at Ace King, or someone flips it over. Everyone's screaming it like that.
Yeah, surely you don't do that before the hand.
Oh, no.
Although you could have that in for some like reverse tells and stuff.
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Look down at 7 deuce, just go, Ace King.
Yeah. As long as you balance it. Okay, so we're going to have a 3-way pot here. Looks like Regis is not happy after having to fold that top pair, and he decides to come along. He's going to make another top pair, and it's the best hand. The boy does flop the nut flush draw.
Wow.
Probably isn't going anywhere right here. And it's Tricky Fish who's betting.
He's got ace king, and he's going to bet it.
Ace King.
I don't think ace king is going to... Well, actually, no, I don't think ace king is going to win.
It's probably not. I mean, Regis has top pair again. We just said he doesn't like to fold that, and whoa.
Look at all those green chips flying out there.
Those green chips are $25 each, guys. And that's $300 worth of them.
I do not think Regis will be folding his hand.
Okay, so Ace King is out of there. But Regis continues. Oh, and now he's definitely not going anywhere.
And then the boy picks up a monster draw.
The only thing is this is a paired board, which diminishes that draw slightly, but yeah, he's not going anywhere. But oh boy.
And he drills it.
Yeah,
he drills it both ways.
Yeah, he does. It's a scary card for Regis, who, even though he has top 2 pair, might find a way to get away from this if it's a huge bet.
I'd imagine this is going to go bet like 450. Oh, never mind.
Oh, pretty
Bet like
healthy
600.
right there.
And it's going to be a tough spot for Regis.
600 is the bet.
Oh,
like
he's
call.
immediately counting them out. He does have top 2 pair. It's a one-liner and a flushing board.
And he's
But he's not going nowhere. The boy says he has a straight flush, which is not true.
No, he said no straight flush. Someone else said straight flush.
Oh, gotcha.
I got to defend his honor here.
Gotcha. My bad. And he gets to scoop in those 6 black chips on the end there and take over the lead of the chip counts.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Sassy in the chat saying, how many streams do you guys have and what are the stakes?
Nice, good question. So throughout the week, they run a variety of streams ranging from 1-2, 500 cap games to tournaments for final tables to 2-5, 1500 cap here. And I think they even have tried to get a 5-10 going. I'm not sure if that's popped off yet, but I heard they were in the works with that.
I have some inside information that we're going to start trying to get a 5-10 3K cap live stream every Saturday night.
Nice. That would be awesome.
I hope it pops off.
Saturday, 3K 510. Sunday, Next Gen Live, 2-5 1500 cap.
Correct.
That would be a great lineup.
I hope we can get that to become a regular thing. If we do, I'll be sure to be frequenting that stream. That should be a good time. Maybe you can commentate that one as well, Nick.
That'd be a possibility, but the only problem is, I'm not sure if I want to give up my Saturday nights of playing.
That's true.
You know.
A lot of factors.
Sassy also says this is one of the most beautiful rooms that she has been to. I suppose it's she. Love the artwork and the setup in the room. I couldn't agree more. This is a beautiful room. So spacious. I always go to that as my default favorite thing, but there's nothing worse than being in a poker room and feeling like you're in a can of sardines.
Yeah, I agree.
So being here, I just feel super comfortable. There's a lot of space between the tables. The chairs are really nice. The games are always good. The staff is friendly. And as Sassy mentioned, the aesthetics, including the artwork in the room, are awesome. They have a nice lounge area indoors for hanging out, watching some TV with nice couches and tables. You can play a chess game, have your dinner, or you can step outside to a beautiful covered patio area that you can see the door right there behind Nick 6 that goes outdoors. You can see some of that artwork too, actually, which is quite nice. But that goes outside to a beautiful covered patio area, which is enclosed to the degree that it's secure, but has breeze blowing through it. And that is a smoking area. TV's out there as well, and nice couches. So just a really beautiful room here. And as we mentioned earlier, got several different games going every night of the week. 2-5 has been going every night. Several tables of 1-2 deep stack, usually 5, 6, 7 games. 2, 3, 4 tables, sometimes of $5 or $10 bomb pot games. And every Tuesday we play Mixed Madness Tuesdays, where we bring back all of the classic stud and draw games. Stud, Stud 8, Raz, with variations on those games, like Raz Deucey and Super Stud. And then also played draw games like Deuce to 7 triple draw, Badoogie, Baducey. It is a blast, and we start at 1 p.m. every Tuesday here at Poker House of Dallas, and we play 15-30 limit. Great game. And we'll get back to the action here. Nick 6 kind of has a lockdown on this hand with his bottom pair and 10 of hearts, but it's kind of hard for him to know that. He's up against Regis, who also has bottom pair. And if Nick can get to showdown, he's going to have the best hand. Yeah, and Nick's 10 is good. Sometimes whenever you double take at these boards, you think it's a chop, but
it looks like they're chopping it up. That shouldn't have been a chop.
No, I don't think so. We might need to...
Oh, wait. No, the 10 plays, yeah. Well, no one's perfect.
We'll just have to ask him about that one afterwards. And we have it on camera, so if the graphics were incorrect or something, then no big deal. And if they were correct, then maybe they can get that corrected. Okay, we just got probably the best comment that I've seen in a while, or best compliment, I guess is the word. Because we get a lot of people that come by and say that they watched the stream, thought we did a good job, and obviously we love that and appreciate that. But it comes from people who I feel like come in with the expectation that they want it to be good and think it's going to be good. So when you see a comment that says, actually pretty decent stream and commentary for a 2-5 game, to me, what that says is I came here with no expectations. You were going to kind of have to blow me away for me to say that the 2-5 game was worth spending my time watching. And apparently, Mr. What is it? Paraponera?
I think it's something backwards because the C is capitalized, but
could be. Okay, well,
yeah, but
however you pronounce the name, we appreciate the compliment and hope you hang around for a few minutes.
And we have Next Gen Poker commenting in the chat saying, y'all are killing it, Nick and Knock.
No doubt.
Much appreciated, Next Gen Poker.
Definitely appreciated. And
I'm assuming that's either Jello or Rosie.
Mm-hmm. And he says, let's see some juicy pots. We've already had a ton of juicy pots popping off, and I have a feeling it is not going to slow down anytime soon.
As we have one right now, where he's calling pocket jacks on this flop against Nick's second pair. 1K in the middle already. Goes check on the turn here as we see a 5 on the river. Check again.
So no more blood, but you can see there in the middle, look at all those green chips, Knock. That's $1,000, real US dollars.
With middle pair.
Being shipped to Nick 6 with a pair of queens.
You gotta love it.
Gotta love it. DFS Brat says, what up, Knock?
What is up, DFS Brat?
And Parapona says that we need to upgrade the cameras and the mic. We are working to get that stuff upgraded as much as possible as we go along here. We do have more and more updates going in every single week. And we've got one of the best men in the business, Mr. Eric. He is not here tonight. He went to visit his family for Thanksgiving. We'll be back in a couple of days, and he is a guru of poker live streaming, has set up several prominent live streams that you all would have heard of. I'm not going to mention them by name, just in case he didn't want me to, but he has helped with some huge projects, done a great job, and we have all the faith in the world here. But you got to start somewhere and then just make improvements as you go along, as you see what needs to be improved. And so far, I would say that we've made improvements just about every week, John.
We're getting a lot of comments that the mic is really loud or distorted.
Interesting. Okay.
Sort.
Let's see if we can fix that a little bit. Maybe I'm got it a little too close. See if this is a little bit better. You guys continue to give us feedback on that stuff.
Much appreciated for all the feedback in the chat. It'll help us improve in real time. We just turned the mics down a little bit Make sure you tell us if you can still hear us and if the overdriven effect is a little bit better. Wow. It looks like Regis is going to raise here with his king 6 with a 6 kicker.
And that's really going to put Tom in a pretty interesting predicament here.
I don't think that Tom is going to fold his hand just yet, but he's already probably going to check to the on the river to Regis, and Regis can probably either check it back or maybe he thinks his hand's good for another street of value, but it's just a very interesting play to see the raise get put in here. I think that if I had a hand like King-Queen, maybe.
I'm with you there. I think the raise is very interesting. Kind of depends on what you think your opponents are likely to have here. If you think they have a lot of Queen X, although the Ace Queen and the Queen 9 both make a straight, so you'd be looking for them to have like Queen 8, Queen Jack, Queen 10 type hands. Putting in a raise would make some make a lot of sense against those hands. And Tom, it looks like the graphic says fold. Yeah, and he lets it go.
Wow.
Yeah, and so maybe Regis there gets some value from those hands we mentioned, like a Queen Jack or Queen 10 type hand, a pair and an open ender, and then gets a better king to fold. And kind of a legendary play right there.
You gotta love it.
Gotta love it.
And everyone in the chat right now saying that we fixed the mics, so take a note of where they are right now. Make sure we don't put them any higher than that.
Nice, yeah, and we appreciate it, guys. We are happy to make any improvements that you suggest, and we have the ability to improve. Warren was being overly nice there.
Give us a like. Everyone follow Warren's lead. Hit the like button on the stream. Helps us out a ton. We're up to 60 viewers now with our new graphics and our sorted sound. We're good to go.
Glad we're sounding better. It's weird because on our end in the headphones, it sounded like an appropriate level, but
yeah.
Yes, sir, 120.
Yeah, no, we know.
Oh no, I haven't had ace in my
Sometimes in the lodge, they do 100, 200
all right, and Woodley comes in with a little 3-bet action. Oh no, look, this was just a $40 straddle with multiple calls.
And like I said before, we're going to see a lot of these $40 straddle pop-offs, and that's going to make everyone very short-stacked, 30 big blinds probably.
No doubt. It's an interesting dynamic when the double, triple, quadruple straddles start going on, because there's this kind of collision in people's minds between, well, I've got 40 big blinds and I know that kind of factors into my strategy this way, but then also this $1,500 in real life money still feels like $1,500 to me, right? So there's like I think sort of a meeting ground, or a happy median, maybe that's the word, where people come to about how much they want to open up those ranges. And so you'll see some crazy stuff happen, but also sometimes people will be scared to make a play that would be appropriate with 40 big blinds because they don't want to lose the $1,500.
For an example, a perfect situation would be like you wake up first to act with ace-10 offsuit with the $40 straddle on.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a lot of players at the table that would pull the trigger and just rip it in there. But at the other time, it's $1,600, and the chances of you winning that hand, maybe it's not as high as you would think.
Just rip it in with 40 blinds? I mean, that would feel like a lot, but I understand your point. You're saying, yeah, there's like some spots that would be really good shove spots.
We saw the situation with Woodley when he had about 30 big blinds left, and he had, because of all the straddles, and he got it in there very quickly with the ace deuce suited. Just felt like a situation with suited ace.
Yeah.
30 bigs, you know?
Nice,
now,
yeah.
it's still almost $1,500, but...
For sure. You see some crazy stuff go off. Just like that hand right there where Woodley raises big, over the $40 limp with multiple calls, and then makes a big stab on an ace-king high board. He bets his range as opposed to his actual holding, which was still just a pair of fours. But it works this time. No one had anything to call with. I believe that was four or five ways. Something like that. But multi-way pot. Pretty bold to continue c-betting into a 4 or 5 way pot there.
I've also been entirely wrong with my prediction that Jay would be leading the 3-bet percentage. Maybe he is actually adapting to his table position and the people that are to his left.
Very well could be. Also could just be some variance. We know Jay is a really good player, and is, even though we think he'll do some pretty wide 3 and 4 betting, he's also not just doing it with like Queen 3 offsuit or something.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, and it's only been probably 15 or 20 hands, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Small sample so far.
Probably it's just very card dense there. You had the Queen 4. It looks like we have the $20 straddle on this hand. Woodley waking up with a real hand.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we're probably going to go 5 ways. Action City.
We got Amoral asking, is this a real card room? This is a real card room with real action. We're in Dallas, Texas, off of Regal Row. And as you can see, the action is so good. We got another 5-way raise pot.
Nick 6 here with the King of Clubs.
He's going to take a stab at it.
And take it down.
Yeah, and he gets Woodley off a gut shot and the best hand. And takes it down, and you hear him.
Especially Woodley. I feel like he's going to be raising the council.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right, It's a good way to
Love that. So Nick 6 shows him a little bluff, and we actually had Nick into the booth last week to talk briefly about a bluff that he showed at the beginning of the session. And he told us that that's a huge part of his strategy, is knowing when to show those cards so that you can set them up for that punch later in the session when you actually have the goods and you get them big one time. Love seeing that right there. And then he...
Really good thing to be aware of.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And then he makes reference to the fact that this is Savage Sunday. Says he wants to rub it in their face just a little bit right there. It's always fun to show somebody a bluff. Oh, man, the best is when somebody agonizes in the tank and then finally lets it go and gives you credit, and then you get to flip those cards over.
My absolute favorite is when I get told, you're not capable of bluffing here, and then they fold a big hand, and then I show them the bluff.
Oh, yeah.
There is no better feeling than that.
Oh, yeah, that's sweet. Although I will say, just hearing you say that and imagining how sweet it would be, it makes me want to implement that into my speech play, so that anytime I'm wanting to see their cards, I'll be like, there's no way you could have a bluff here. I just
and
have
then
to
they'll
fold.
show you the card.
You would never bluff here. You're not even capable. Oh, yeah, they're going to show you for sure. And when they don't show you, you can know almost assuredly that they had the goods.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great opportunity.
Love
Get
that.
some information. Couple limps. Jay's going to take his first opening spot with ace-8 offsuit and immediately get punished with a 3-bet to 250 by the boy. And Woodley waking up with the exact same hand directly to his left.
Oh, yeah. And these guys are both super deep, so we're probably not going to see all the money go in right now.
He does just flat call the 3-bet. Now Jay, facing these, does get away from it, but this is one of these spots that I was talking about where, especially from the boy 3-betting and Woodley calling, that this is a spot where Jay will look for light 4-bets because he thinks that the boy could be 3-betting light
sure.
and Woodley's calling with a wide range.
100%. And I think if he had a lot of other hands in his range, he would have done it there. But ace-8 offsuit, just not good enough.
I think it's a little bit too much. But
I mean, that's probably about the bottom of his opening range anyway.
well, it went bet snap call. Both of the players with just a... they have a gut shot. So
Two overs and a gut shot here. Woodley not going anywhere. He says, I'm at least taking a turn. A queen, a king, or an ace would all be sweet to see.
We do see a little bit of a glitch here where the turn card isn't showing, but as you can see there on the board, it is the 4 of diamonds. And the board's going to win this hand. He's not slowing down. That's
No,
700.
he is not. My goodness. Pretty fearless right there. Continues to rep his 3-betting range.
Pretty surprised to see this actually on this type of board texture. Seems like you'd maybe want to give up on this board texture. But then again, yeah, Woodley cold calling the 3-bet has all of these sets in range.
I mean, personally, I would probably give up here, but maybe in his mind, he's thinking that Woodley cold calls pretty light and could have a lot of 1-pair hands here. And you look like you're repping aces, kings, queens, jacks, and 10s really heavily. So 2 bets, you know, even though it's a big bet, it was also a straddle pot, I believe, so...
Woodley hasn't folded yet.
No, he hasn't. He's thinking about drawing one more time at it. And do you think Du Bois is going to come with one more bullet here on the end?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. And as you see, there's a little bit of a glitch there. We are on the turn right now, not the river.
Yeah, and that turn is a 4. Woodley's thinking about it. When he makes that motion right there, it makes me feel like it's going to be a fold.
Yeah. And who could blame him?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be out of there. I think he's piecing together what you said, Knock. This board's really good for him. The boy is repping just a set. He would never have like queen 9 or 9-7 here. Well, I say never. Be unlikely. So he's repping like a pair of jacks or a pair of 10s at best. More likely like an overpair.
And that motion solidifies it.
Yeah, he hates it, but he lets it go.
In the shutdown mode. He ninja out.
Nick digging into a little more table talk there. I love that.
I actually want to bring the boy in here to discuss what his thought was on going with that ace-king hand.
All right, do it. And John stepping out right now to call in Du Bois. We're going to hear about that big double barrel bluff right there. Great idea, John. I'm excited to hear this. Is he in a pot?
No spoilers.
Was he in a hand or is he watching to see a hand? Gotcha.
Currently watching a hand, says there's a big hand going on right now. He wants to see how it's going to end.
Cool, makes sense.
We're going to make sure that we don't get any spoilers because, you know, we want to see it ourselves.
No doubt. Got Tom swooping in. This is not a 3-bet. This is just a raise over a straddle, double straddle. And we got the boy here.
Come on in.
Mr. Du Bois, you can just talk into that microphone right there next to that table. Sorry, it's a little cramped there.
How's it going?
How's it going, dude? So we wanted to call you in so that we could ask you about the hand that we just saw, which is the double barrel bluff with the ace-king off. I don't know if you know what Woodley had there. Did you guys show each other? No, we didn't. You didn't? Okay, so we're not going to spoil what he had specifically, but we will say that, how could I spoil without spoiling? Why don't you just tell us what you were thinking? Obviously, the flop barrel makes a lot of sense, and then on the turn, you decided to really come with that huge $700 punch. What made you go for it?
Well, I had just come back from the bathroom, woke up to ace-king off in the small blind.
Yep.
Jay had squeezed up to 6 feet, bunch of limps. So didn't think he was too strong. I also wanted to put another bet, right? Don't want to play 6 ways from the small blind.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right, so 4-bet in, got cold call from Woodley.
What do you think Woodley probably has there whenever he comes with a cold call?
Honestly, even with, I thought he had like ace up.
Yeah.
So like, he could have easily bluffed the set, and I'm running into it.
Yeah.
With my bluff. But, I mean, like you said, continue on the flop. on the turn, I had about 2,100 back.
Yep, exactly.
And so I realized like 4-betting from the small blind, coming back from the bathroom, that had kind of a
Okay.
roll in.
Yeah. Little extra dynamic.
Yeah,
Sure.
and it's like, what is he going to, 4-bet from the small blind that's not at least jacks plus, right? Maybe 10. So I decided to go for it, and I have a feeling he folded top pair.
Okay, so
I think we can tell.
he folded the same hand. You guys both had ace king right there. Okay, so you got him off of the chop. Awesome for you, equity wise. And then one more big question, which is if he called the turn, were you coming with the rest of it on the end?
They have to.
You were coming with it? Oh, we were talking about it. Yeah. Oh man, that would have been.
What do you guys think?
Man,
Put us on the spot. I like it.
I think that the way you set up your sizings, I think they call that geometric sizing,
Yeah.
right? Where it's just the perfect size on the end where you're not betting too much relative to the pot, but you're betting enough that it's going to pack a real punch. And like you said, we thought it was possible he could have some of those sets, but also with Woodley cold calling and knowing how many hands he plays, he could easily just have like a top pair hand like you mentioned. And I wouldn't have been surprised with how long he tanked with the ace king if he calls with top pair on the turn, and then you need that third barrel to get him off of it, but I think he would have folded.
I think you would have folded too.
Yeah, for sure. So,
Well played.
yeah, great play. Nice job bringing the action, and good luck out there.
Good luck.
You got a good hand coming up.
Awesome.
All right.
Good luck getting out.
spoilers,
Yeah,
no
he's a
spoilers.
genius.
Look at that.
Opens the door all the way.
Perfect.
All right. Nice, good interview there.
That was the boy.
The boy. Love it. Sassy says we shouldn't tell him his hand. Yeah. Well, the only reason that I did that is because Woodley, we have like a very friendly relationship, and I don't think he would care. So.
Yeah, I agree, but yeah, maybe going forward we
Yeah,
shouldn't
in
do
general,
that.
we probably shouldn't do that. I kind of trapped myself for a second
Yeah.
there because I was like, oh, it's no big deal to say it. And then I was like, oh, actually, maybe
Maybe it is a big deal.
yeah,
to say
maybe he
it.
doesn't even know. Yeah. All right.
All right, so it looks like we can't seem to get the mic level right for the interviewers. So going forward, when we bring someone in here, I'm just going to give them my headset. Because,
we could do
until
that.
can get
I think we
this-
could tell him just to lean in a little bit.
Yeah, maybe we can tell them that. I already told them he didn't really do it, though.
Yeah.
So
Just try one more time.
we'll try one more time, see if they can lean in a little more to the mic.
For sure.
Appreciate all the feedback in there in the chat.
No doubt. We got Liam asking if we're bringing back the vlogs. Probably not, Liam, but we've talked about doing something, maybe like a podcast or something like that. So who knows what might be in the works. We're having a good time hanging out, playing cards right now. Jack and Chris both just moved back to town. Love having them around. They're playing in these big Dallas games. They've been playing some PLO, playing some No Limit.
It looks to me like we missed a hand while we were doing an interview where Regis bluffed the turn on a Queen 10-6 board. Tom had pocket jacks, and Regis had King Jack on the Queen 10-6. He bluffs it and gets it through.
Got it through. Nice.
$400 bet.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Looks like we missed it, though.
Yeah, I saw it unfolding pre-flop there with Regis having the King Jack and a couple of other guys having playable hands, but yeah, we missed it on that one. Small expense of doing the interviews, I guess. Luckily, it's still on the screen, so you guys can follow along with all the action, not miss a single hand. Sassy's saying just trying to be fair. No doubt, no doubt. I think just going forward, that's generally a good rule to have, but I don't think Woodley would mind in that situation.
Nick 6 here with the 6-3 offsuit. 2 pair. Gets the fold. Gonna take down the pot. See, Regis has 3.6K in his stack, so actually, maybe we missed more than just what I said. Maybe there was a bigger pot at play that I might have missed.
That looks like it might be the case. Because I don't remember Regis being over 3K. I thought he was down in the mid-2s. But it literally feels like every pot is 1,000 plus right now.
It does. And it looks like Tom is rebuying, actually, so maybe he got stacked?
Oh boy.
Oh boy, maybe we missed a big one, guys. Apologize for that.
It's all right.
Sometimes, you know, we just got to do the interviews.
We're still working out the kinks.
We got to hear from the boy. You
They
know?
saw all the action. Look at Regis' stat, guys. Those black chips are worth $100 each. As we mentioned earlier, the green ones are 25, so Regis with a very, very healthy mountain of chips right there in front of him.
I think that something that would be cool to incorporate would be like professional interviews where we go to a camera outside.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're gonna go to an interview.
Yeah, for sure.
And we do it out there in the
I definitely
room.
thought about that.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. Something to implement in the future.
I think they do that for some of the other streams, don't they?
They do it for Hustler. Yeah. Well, actually, they don't even really do it for Hustler.
Sort of.
Occasionally.
Yeah, I remember them doing some of that on the influencer stream.
Yeah,
Mr.
they
Beast and those guys.
they also did it for the Robbie stream. They had Robbie talking to the camera.
No doubt. Have you followed any of that recently?
Kind of fell off the face of the earth for me.
Yeah, me too.
I felt like I was never going to get a definitive answer one way or the other, so at that point I kind of just stopped caring until more information comes out.
All right, so Regis limps with the ace-10, and Du Bois comes in for the ISO. And Woodley comes in right behind him with a 3-bet. Nick 6 cold calls with the 4-3 offsuit, and just like you said, John, just a ton of action through this alley right here.
I know that that's going to be a very, very big action central side of the table, especially with the boy Woodley and Nick all in a row there. Regis with the only diamond.
Yeah, a little bit of something for everybody, not a lot of something for anybody. 2 bottom pairs, a middle pair,
That's
and
never
a flush
stopped
draw.
them. That's never stopped these players, as we see Woodley putting out the bet with the ace-3.
Yeah.
Nick not going nowhere with his 3. He's in
No,
there.
he's not. And you see Nick and Woodley both in really bad shape.
Regis is going to let go of the diamond. The boy folds the 7.
Oh, wow.
This is a similar situation to my hand last week.
Are you kidding me?
There's just no way you're good.
Yeah.
With a bet and a call.
Right? Dude, Woodley just went from 4% to 93%.
I know. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah, that's crazy. And that is how you leverage your equity, folks. Anytime you can go from 4% to having the other guy almost drawing dead just by betting somebody off of their equity, then you know that was a profitable bet. And then Woodley bets again and gets value again for $100. What a sicko, John.
Check, check.
Are you kidding me?
What a...
This guy, 4-way pot, flops bottom pair on 3 diamond monotone board and gets 2 full streets of value and then checks down the river and wins.
Just dictates how the hand should go. It goes exactly according to plan. Wins his money, moves on to the next one.
Exactly according to plan. That was unbelievable right there. And I'm sure he's not thinking that he's getting called by a worse 3. He's probably thinking he's targeting like an ace of diamonds X or king of diamonds X hand. But still, I mean, that's a hand that's included in there this time, and he gets 75 on the flop and 100 on the turn. And gets the hand that has the bulk or the lion's share of the equity to just fold outright on the flop.
And Woodley playing an 80% VPIP right now and still owning souls. Gerard founds a hand to get into the mix here with the king-queen offsuit. I don't know what Nick has, but he's gonna... Oh, he's got ace-king. Ace-king.
Ace-king.
Ace-king.
Oh, boy. And we're
Frankie.
going to see a pot right here.
Frankie waking up with jacks when one of Nick's kings is already dead,
Yeah.
which increases his equity. He's got 45% 3 ways. And I can only imagine that we're going to see a 4-bet here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we might see an all-in right here.
I think so, too. I think Nick might get it in here. Gerard has an easy fold, I think.
Yeah, that's what I expect. 3-bet, fold, 4-bet all-in, call, and then let's run her out. Gerard correctly makes the fold.
Looks like he just calls.
Okay, Nick just calls.
He's going to play in position.
Thought he might rip it in there, have an ace-king, and then the 4-bet already being for about a third to a fourth of his stack.
I think out of position he probably would have.
Yeah.
But it's going to make it a little bit difficult. He does have the king of clubs, though.
Yeah, it is. This is going to be awkward now. You know, Frankie's going to come again to protect his hand. I would guess somewhere in the, 300 range? What do you expect to see here?
250.
250?
But Frankie's got to love his hand right here.
Oh, yeah. He's feeling great.
Goes 350.
Whoa.
We're both wrong.
Blows us out of the water.
I thought I was about to nail it on the head, but he picked up an extra black chip there.
Yeah, when I saw him going for those greens, I knew I was dead.
Nick's still with 25% equity here, so if he can get... If Nick folds his hand here, Frankie is not going to be too upset about that. Getting 25% equity to fold.
No doubt, and that is with another one of the kings gone already. It's crazy. It doesn't feel like an ace or a king would come on the end here. 25% of the time. Just a small part of that is the clubs. Yeah.
And the runner straight for the wheel.
Yeah. I mean, you would think those would only add very, very small amounts.
He's going to call.
But
we have a 1 point. Oh, my goodness.
Drills it, dude.
Drills it.
Oh, man. And Frankie sees that.
Look at you can just tell in Frankie's soul. He's like, why that card?
Oh, and that's probably still going to be tough to get away from it here, as he probably thinks that Nick can have smaller pairs. Might still be willing to get those in, maybe. I mean, he's got 640. There's 1.3. He checks it back, and then and Nick shoves on
This is the all-in.
Oh, yeah. And then Nick laughs at him.
Let's see some table talk here.
Help me out for sure. How many times did I flop the wheel or end up with the wheel? Or running it 2 times with the boy and him. With the wheel.
Oh, yeah. I love seeing Nick rip into the speech play.
Who's 5 is about right.
Go there for 545.
I think it's going to be tough to get away here for that price.
Yeah. It said 645 a while ago, and now it says 545. Not sure which one is right.
Either or. Still pretty tough.
I mean, the way he said all in, to me, felt strong. But, of course, if you're Frankie, you're thinking maybe that's exactly what he wants me to think.
I truly believe I have.
I know I'll see it. I know I'm going to see it.
Well, of course. You know you want to see it now, not after later.
And Nick's giving him the business here. Frankie's deep in the tank.
Me too.
$1.8 thousand in the middle, guys. That's a $545 bet here on the end.
I play with you a lot.
When you see Du Bois standing in the background, this is the hand that he wanted to witness.
Enough, I should say. But I love playing with you. Once, twice? All right.
2 times.
He calls.
You got games?
Bricks the first one.
Bricks the second
Bricks
one.
the second one.
I felt that I had
Sees the bad news. That's a tough one.
kings and queens.
I think
I've watched you
I'm going to run to the little boys' room, and on my way back, I think I might grab Frankie.
Okay, yeah, snag him.
I've seen it stop action. I played in a hand with you heads up or three-way when I had 6% and then after the flop.
Oh, yeah, Nick is still going after him a little bit. John's stepping out for just a second. You see Frankie with $300 left. Gonna have to rebuy here. Regis, Du Bois, and Nick 6. All boosting up their stacks recently. Jack Peterson asking us to mention the players' cards that they raise and call with. We'll try, Jack. Definitely in the plans, just kind of get sidetracked sometimes, so try and do a better job of that. Android asking if we do giveaways. Not yet, but I could see that happening. Might be fun to do something like a giveaway for a seat in the next week's stream.
Well, I was definitely going with ace king. I didn't care for that flop, but that turn was good. Especially when I had you on kings. I thought, wow. That's
YMC says, 加油，你可我爱你，我也爱你吧。Next Gen saying, let's get 1,000 subs for Poker House. We are so close. Let me see what that number is at right now. $959 subs is what I see, guys. 41 more needed. Get us there. And John is back. What's up with Frank?
We had him decline to comment.
Ooh.
I actually ran into him in the bathroom.
He said no.
I said, we need to get you in the booth to talk about that hand. He's like, nah, I'll pass. And there you have it.
Savage Sundays.
Savage Sundays.
So I'll pass on that one. Call me when I win one. Well, it was a tough one, to be fair.
That it was.
Tough spot.
Because you just know you're beat, but you just can't fold for that price.
No doubt. And you know that whenever we get him after he wins a pot, we're just going to have to sneak in a question about that hand.
I think that we bring him in when he wins a hand and then only ask him about that other hand.
Nice, good idea.
I think that's a good one.
I mean, that's Savage Sundays if you ask me. Ooh, Tammy says 974 on the subscriber count.
We're getting there, guys.
Oh, yeah, we're rolling.
What is up, Tiny? Another one of our beautiful moderators in the chat.
And Regis makes it here on the end, guys.
Wow, look at that. Just bink, bink. And Nick's got the jack of hearts here. Regis is going to get paid, I believe, here.
Depends on how much he bets, maybe, but...
He's reaching for a lot of black chips. That's $700?
Ooh.
He's reaching for some greens. That's
Bet in the pot.
$750.
And now Nick has to decide, would Regis consider bluffing here? Because he can't beat the king of hearts or the ace of hearts.
Pretty sick spot. You make the backdoor hearts and you just feel good.
There we go. Nick ripping into some speech play. He calls.
Oh.
Ooh, and it looks like Regis only bet 550 there is what it says, but...
I'm pretty sure he bet 750.
No, he said 550.
No, it's definitely 750. You can see it right there.
I mean, Nick just said 550, but...
Oh, man. My eyes are starting to go now.
I think it was probably 550. No big deal, though. It was a big bet.
It did look like it was 750, but it looks like I was wrong.
Yeah, and tough one there for Nick.
I especially don't blame him for calling if it was 550.
Yeah, that definitely seems a little better. Both big bets, but 750 would have been the full size of the pot. And Regis, look at this, John. 4.6 thousand chips. Regis running up a stack. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
DuBois also over 3K still, so still have the potential for a 3K pot. I mean, excuse me, a 6K pot to break out here.
Gerard with my favorite hand. Wait, no, that was from last hand. He hasn't been dealt his cards yet.
Or maybe the video lags behind the tracker a little bit.
Oh, maybe. Wow, how dare you lay down my favorite hand.
To be fair, this is a very high action game.
You know, as Daniel Negreanu says, limping is pimping.
Limping is pimping. I like it. You know that I've been a big proponent of limping for a long time.
Oh, I'm aware. Tammy saying that once we get to 1K subscribers, we will celebrate with some Poker House Dallas merch.
Let's go. So we got Tom raising it up with the ace-9 suited. He's on the hijack, and I'm not seeing any straddle on here, so I'm thinking this is just an open to 65, which gets called by Regis on the button. I mean, if Tom was trying to get this through the button and steal position, he was unsuccessful. Regis is in there with the 9-7 off.
I mean, Jay's in there with the 5-3 suited. In
Jay's
the
getting
line.
bored, I think. He says,
I think Jay's
let's
getting
get
bored.
in the action.
Jay's like, I got a suited one gapper. No one will ever see this one coming. Let's get in there.
Woodley overcalls with the king 7 suited.
Wow.
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 The goods.
Just the goods.
And Regis has a pair, and we know Regis is a sticky boy. I bet he's not going anywhere for one bet, maybe not two.
Checks all the way through.
Interesting card here. I'm surprised Woodley didn't bet. We have seen him have a propensity to just kind of lead into the field when he likes his hand.
I think he just blocks too much of the board, but there's a flush draw out there.
Yeah, and there's 4 players. I mean, like Regis has a 7 here. He's not going anywhere. And that turn kind of kills his action. He does get called for 50 by Regis, and it's going to bet one more time. Let's see how sticky Regis is feeling. 125, I bet he'll pay him off. He's getting almost.
He's got a big stack. He
4
can
to 1.
afford it. He can afford it.
Yeah. He counts it out. Flips it in. Woodley shows him the bad news.
King 7.
He's drawing dead the whole way.
Smallest pot of the night. Little needle there from Tricky Fish.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Funny, Tricky Fish and Jay, who you would think would normally be 2 of the more active, aggressive players in the game, they kind of fade away whenever you get these guys in here who are action junkies, and they're not afraid to play any 2 cards.
I'm telling you, it's just because of the seat draw. You got the boy, Woodley, and Nick all in a row. It's just gonna line up for a lot of situations where it looks like Tricky Fish and Jay specifically are not going to be able to really get in there too much because there's always a 3-bet and a cold call in front of you. So you better be taking those light cold 4s, or you better wait for a hand.
Yeah. I mean, even a light cold 4 is kind of like waiting for a hand.
Yeah, right.
How light are you going to go on your cold 4? Maybe some suited aces or some
I think when the
offsuit Broadways.
I think as we get in later into the night, the what qualifies for a cold 4 will go down dramatically.
Got Frankie opening up on the button here.
It's a fine hand to open on the button.
Yep, this is a 5-10-20, so Woodley was in that triple straddle there, and it's Frankie opening and Woodley defending. And Woodley flops nothing. Let's see if he decides to make a play at this with just a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
He's got everything. He has all the backdoor draws. Unfortunately, they all break out on the turn.
He's got nothing now, and Frankie does not give him a chance to make a play. And now checks twice. Kind of interesting. You can tell that he has a lot of respect for Woodley's game and doesn't want to get check raised there.
I think he was just trying to get Woodley to bluff.
That's possible too.
He's going to go for a very small $30 bet here. He will not get paid off. Unless he raises. No. Not going to happen.
I'm sure it's a
interesting spot to raise there.
I'm sure it's a combination of the two of give Woodley a chance to either catch up or make a bluff, and then also prevent yourself from getting raised on a board that is, it offers a lot of opportunities for potential bluffs, but also some hands you can't beat there. Sounds like a lot of needles going on out there.
Savage Sunday.
Savage Sunday.
Sounds like Eddie got a needle in there.
Yeah, I love it. Man, every time I see that 4.3K in front of Regis.
I think Eddie probably said something to the effect of folds for $30. The needles are flying.
Oh, yeah.
We got 35 likes and 80 of you people in the 80 of you. Sorry, let me correct myself.
What do you mean by you people?
80 of you beautiful people in the chat. Say what's up.
What are you saying about degenerates?
Let us know where you're watching from. Oh, Nick's trying to get me canceled in the booth here.
Hey, it's Savage Sunday. Sometimes you gotta get your boy canceled.
Oh, man.
Oh boy. And we've got an open, a 3-bet, and this was another huge straddle pot.
Regis opening with the goods, and this is what I'm talking about. Jay taking this 3-bet. Is he on the button?
Yeah.
Wants to play in position.
I mean,
He's got a hand to do it with.
for sure. And honestly, this is a great spot to go for it.
I think so as well.
2 players.
I would disagree if he was in the small blind. But on the button, I like it.
For
And
sure.
Unfortunate for him, he's going to C-bet here, and
Oh yeah.
unless Regis just leads into him.
1 checks.
Nope.
No, not going to happen this time.
There's a smooth check right there too by Regis. I like that.
3 bets. 425.
Jay's going to bet, hits his range. He's got the ace of spades. He's got some backdoor draws.
Oh yeah. And let's see if Regis just blasts him right here or calls and checks again.
I was going to say, it looks like he might blast him.
Oh yeah.
He's going to let Jay off the hook here a little bit. Look at him. He's staring at those black chips like, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Let me see the turn.
Yeah, just let me try and make it Spain. But I think after seeing this, even if Regis decided to call, there's no way that Jay is betting again on the turn.
Here it is. Looks like 800. No, 600. I'm blind.
And there he goes.
1 raises 50 more. 50 more.
Oh, he tried to less than min raise.
And now Jay.
Jay has to fold for
Oh,
325
agony.
more.
Yeah, agony. Oh yeah, let's see what we can find here.
Regis crosses the 5K mark at Jay's expense.
Love it.
Jay and I like to trade needles back and forth, so I'm going to give him no mercy tonight in the booth.
He is great. Alright. I'll get it back for a little bit.
We got a womp womp womp. I believe that's Eric in the chat there.
You had to have a good hand.
Must be using his wife's handle. Womp womp womp.
Too late now.
Although I can't really blame Jay, to be fair, because that was a pretty reasonable spot to make both of those plays.
I think that was perfectly fine. I'm just giving him a little needle.
Oh, no doubt. It's Savage
It
Sunday.
is Savage Sunday.
7 calls. You have a blackjack. 8 calls. You got a ready stack. 9 raises to 25. One raises to 75. 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds. What is the raise? It's raised to 75. 6 calls. 75.
Gotcha, Tammy. Sorry about that. Just saw that you had the, what do they call that? Mod? A moderator icon? Gotcha.
Yes.
5 ways.
Tricky Fish flopping top set here,
Oh, yeah.
but
And this is another
like
big
there's-
straddle pot, raised in multi-ways. And you see the hands that are in there. We got a queen 4 off, a 10-6 off, a jack 7 off. But Tom is the only one who has a good piece of this and might give Tricky Fish some action.
That's 250.
Oh, and he just leads into it himself. And now Tricky Fish is feeling so good. You got a big pot brewing. You got 3 players behind you that all love to give action. And you've got
he
someone
is-
leading into you for 250.
he is on cloud 9 right now.
9 calls. 1 folds.
Unfortunate for him, I don't think he's going to get any action behind him.
And 7 folds.
If we see a low card like a deuce here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tom just blast. And it's a 9. That does give Tom some equity. He's blasting.
Oh, yeah.
He is blasting.
8 bets, 400.
6-7 does get there, so effectively turning his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, I think so. Just try and bet tricky fish off of an 8 or a flush draw.
And I don't think it's going to work.
Oh, boy. And now he's got
Now he's
600
in,
more to call, and you can see he's actually only got 10% there. He might be thinking he's got a little more than that with his straight draw. Thinking that he's probably got 6 outs when in reality a 6 is no good to him. He's got to hit that 7, and one of those 7s is dead.
Yeah.
And he's actually getting about 4-1 or almost, so if he did happen to have 25% equity, then he'd be good to make a call here.
Seems like it's Nick Chubb ran in. Now Brady has a losing record and he's divorced.
Looks like Nick's
Okay, yeah.
needling your Tom Brady.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to get into that after this hand.
You know what? Show me the hottest chick in the world. I'll show you somebody that's sick. 8 folds.
And Tom does let it go. Probably wishes he had thought a little bit more about how much he wanted to bet there on the end, just in case Tricky Fish did go all in. No fun to have to fold that.
So
4-1.
seems like you might have some choice words for Nick here.
Well, I mean, all I can say is that we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes with Tom and his personal life. Maybe it's partially his fault. Maybe it's, there's some blame to be shared around. And number 2, we're in the middle of the season. And what does it say about the standard you're being held to when you're leading the division? You've thrown 14 touchdowns, only 2 picks on the season, and people are saying, "You washed, kid. Get out of there." What I'm thinking is, wait till the end of the season. Let's see where we're at, and let's see how much you like Tom versus some of these other quarterbacks he's going to be playing in the playoffs.
Ball's in your court, Nick.
Yeah, buddy. And I guarantee you Tom's coming back next year and probably the next year after that, because there's nothing he loves more than people doubting him. And now
Fuels him. Huh?
Yeah, it fuels him, exactly. He's said that his entire career. One of the reasons that I love to watch him play, love a good underdog story, and he's turned the underdog into the greatest of all time.
Big hands here. Woodley, pocket 8s.
Oh, yeah.
Nick with the 8-7 suited.
Yeah, and it was Du Bois opening it up with the Queen 3 suited.
Maybe another one getting bored out there. Although he was on the button.
Yeah, he's going to get called by all the players in the blinds here.
He won't be caught dead folding a suited queen on the button when it folds to him. No way.
There's our board. Good flop for Tom. Good flop for Nick 6.
I mean, it's decent flop for Woodley.
It's all right. Could be worse.
Yeah, Woodley's in there. And Nick is in there as well.
Yeah, and Woodley does have the best hand, but you can see that Tom has a better chance to win with that overcard and club draw. And that flips around.
And it's Nick going to keep barreling at this.
Yeah, Nick's got that open ender, and
Tom folds his flush draw there.
lets it go, and now what's Woodley going to do? Nah, he's not going anywhere yet. It's going to take Nick putting in one more bullet here on the end.
And I don't think that card is going to help him fold his pocket 8s here.
No, I don't think so.
I would imagine Nick fires again, but I think Woodley's probably going to find the call with the jack pairing on the end there.
Yeah,
and all the straight draws missing.
For sure, and flush draw.
Every straight draw and flush draw in Imagine missed. They all missed.
Yeah, and I wonder what Woodley's going to make of the fact that he bet on the flop and then checks on the turn, and Nick 6 decides to take the lead, but takes the lead for the same size. So it looks kind of like a little blocker bet on the turn there. Could that be a weak top pair? Definitely possible, but I bet Woodley is thinking, well, I'm thinking Woodley might piece together that's more likely to be a draw, that just kind of wants to see the end and then, build the pot a little bit. But it very well could be like a weak top pair, like a Jack 10, Jack 8.
He calls.
He calls, yeah. Not surprised to see that. A good attempt by Nick, but
Woodley's going to take that one home.
yeah, and I think that if he had a bet more like 150 on the turn and then sizes up again on the river, maybe it would be a little bit more believable. Maybe Woodley would just be a little less suspicious. Maybe that's a better way to put that.
I could be wrong, but I think that if you do have a jack here, it would be a time to size up very big,
Yeah.
especially with all the draws bricking.
Well, what did he go there? He went 275 into what? About
450.
wasn't that much.
Yeah.
So maybe you go what, closer to 400 or
I'd probably go full pot,
full pot.
maybe even bigger. With a hand like, just because all the draws missed, and no one's going to like, I feel like you'd be looked up lighter because now it's even less likely that you have a jack.
Yeah, for sure. Just trying to size up to look bluffy.
Yeah. That's probably what I would do in that spot.
Seems like a good time to go polar, and
But alas, I'm just a man.
and Woodley calls with the 8s there. I wonder if you go full pot, if he might find a call with the 9, which would be something.
I would say that he would. Hell, if I had a 9, I'd be hard pressed to find the fold.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, then pot seems just about right.
Yeah. It's just every draw in a and they all missed. Even the gut shots.
For sure. I'm with you. And I think Woodley definitely knows that Nick is capable of ripping off a big bluff. He already showed him a bluff earlier. So some dynamic building between those two players, and since they're both in a lot of pots, no surprise to see that dynamic building quickly.
Agreed. Du Bois here with the best hand.
Just a pair of deuces, good enough.
Could get counterfeit by a 5.
Yeah, and you see Jay actually has more equity than Du Bois. Any ace, jack,
Club.
5. All good for him.
It's a club.
It's a club.
There it is. Now, might get called by Tom.
Yeah, Tom's got a club. Pretty good one.
That's a size he'll get called. Only $75. Gets snap called by Tom. And Nick calls out that he had the 10 of clubs. Just predicted it. And he's spot on.
What's up, Renee? Welcome into the stream. Appreciate the compliment. Sorry, the suits are a little hard to read. Just trying out some new stuff. I think overall they look pretty slick, though.
Yeah, nothing's perfect. I think the pros outweigh the cons on these new graphics. I really like the chip count and VPIP and the way those look. I like the way the board looks. Honestly, I'd say the worst part about these new graphics is how small the cards are. But everything else is way better.
For sure. Great suggestions from Sassy and Tammy about using 4-color deck. I actually love the 4-color deck, and I wish they would use it in casinos and card rooms as well.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I love playing with a 4-color deck.
Yeah, I don't really see the downside to it.
It's just so nice looking.
For sure, and it's so often that you see players that misread or are having trouble reading from the end of the table, whether it's a club or a spade.
Yeah, especially if you're like in the 2, 3, 8, or 7 seats.
Yeah, and some of our older players, eyesight's not as good anymore, and you'll see them like asking to move to a different seat just so they can see the cards.
Won't happen with a 4-color deck as much. And just how nice is it to look down to 2 blue cards?
Yeah, for sure, I love it. Yeah,
Love it.
All right, so Jay's got a real hand this time.
David saying he just subscribed. Welcome. We do these streams many times a week, and we do the Next Gen stream every single Sunday, 6 p.m.
6
Central
p.m.,
Time.
6 to 10.
Hope to see you in the chat, David, for future streams.
Yeah, and this was an open over some limps, I believe. 3-bet from Du Bois. Okay, and I was wondering whether Jay was going to call here, but it is such a great squeeze spot. Thought about it for a minute. Probably he was thinking re-squeeze the entire time. And as you see, Du Bois was squeezing with King 3 suited. And if Jay knew that, he would think this is an absolute slam dunk.
For sure.
And Regis hates to fold pre-flop.
And Jay gives him a little thing where he says, I have the best hand.
Yeah.
Like, believe me.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see 5 cards come out there. Probably thought it's very possible Regis had like a Queen Jack or King Queen or something. And he says, just fold it right now. Let me take that $400, which is a lot of money when you got a 1K stack. And he adds 40% onto his stack with no flop there, John.
Did you say that Du Bois squeezed with the King 3?
I believe that it was like multiple limps, an open, and then 3-bet with the King 3.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then multiple calls behind the 3-bet, cold calls, and then a shove from
his
Jay.
table position gives way to a lot of configurations like this where if he's squeezing with King 3, even if he does it once, now there's no way that Jay can ever fold to the squeezes. But because he can't fold to them, when you get 3-bet by King 3 and all the cold callers, now you're just more incentivized to get it in with the 4-bet jam. So it's just so many things where you have to be really careful with the hands that you're even opening because you know this is going to happen.
No doubt. And I think having the 10s there specifically, it's kind of a slam dunk. I'd be curious actually to find out like how far down Jay would go there. Would he still re-squeeze with 9s or 8s or 7s to get it in? I mean, if you knew that your opponent had King 3 or was even capable of doing this with King 3 or any hands in that kind of region.
Yeah, then they'd all become...
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, there was $400 of dead cold call money out there.
As with the knowledge that he's aware of right now, I would guess that 9s would be the lower limit of that. I think he wouldn't do that with 8s.
Sure. That makes sense.
But I'm not in Jay's mind, you know? I'm just a lowly commentator spewing my thoughts into the world.
Yeah, and it's not like just calling for the 100 is bad. You're going to take a flop with 5 players to try and make a set and win a monster pot.
Agreed. I do like the re-squeeze with 10s, though.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe I'd be more inclined to just call it the 9s. Maybe I'm a little tighter than Jay would be in that configuration.
Yeah, well, it's easy for us now that we've seen the hands, too, to think that like re-squeezing seems like a slam dunk, but definitely when you're out there and you get squeezed to 100 and then there's all those calls and you also know that those players are still capable, like Regis right there pausing with the King 10 offsuit or King 9 offsuit, whatever it was, that like if he does have a hand like an Ace Jack or an Ace Queen, he very well might, you know.
That's fair.
And Regis about to crack the 5K chip stack.
He was over it already.
Was he really?
He was.
Missed it. And he has got a mountain of black chips.
Jay's got a hand.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, you got to be so excited with this configuration given the fact that you're going to get 3-bet so frequently.
6 calls.
Or he'll just get a million calls.
7 calls. 8 calls.
Nick in there with a dirty diaper.
9 calls.
I feel like this is not going to end well for Jay's
boy.
Kings.
Oh, and is Frankie going to go for it? Oh, he is, dude. I just know this is the spot he's going to go for it.
But Jay did open under the gun.
I know, but he knows Jay is like feeling a little impatient, is active.
He just calls.
Oh, what a
He
call by
doesn't go
Frankie.
for it. Oh, man. I really thought he was going to go for it.
So did I. This is fun.
8 ways, and Jay just knows he's not going to win this pot. But he does flop the best hand.
No one has a 6, and this is, if no one has a 6, it's best case scenario because there are no draws out there.
I would imagine Jay checks this board, though, given that he's 8 ways to a flop.
And another great thing about these paired boards is if no one has a 6, you're getting max value from a 10, but that 10 really can't improve to beat you.
Woodley is leading into 8 people with the ace-4.
Wow. And Jay just calls. He's
You got to be cautious.
Yeah, definitely.
Woodley's more than
crazy.
capable of having a 6 here, and now he's not worried at all.
Yeah, now he's feeling great.
Now he's feeling real great.
It is still possible for Woodley to have a 6 when you got 8 people seeing the flop.
For sure, but with that other 6 coming in there, you just got to, give him the money at that point. If he's got quads, he's got quads.
And interesting, Jay checks the turn and checks again on the river.
Gets a bet out of Woodley.
Yeah, I guess he's thinking if Woodley has a 10, he's always going to bet the river anyway. Kind of stinks if he checks back like a smaller pair or something, because I do think Woodley might get suspicious and call with a hand like that. But he checks and allows Woodley to bluff at it, and that plan works this time as Woodley takes the bait. I would personally be a little bit worried that Woodley doesn't have very many bluffs. I mean, he bet into 8 players on the flop, which he did this time, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But I
think Woodley can bet into the flop.
Oh, I know he can. I know he can. But I would just think he was more weighted towards having like a pocket pair or a 6 or a 10.
Yeah, it would really suck for him to check back pocket 8s or something.
But if you're Jay and you're hoping Woodley has a 10, he's going to bet on the end, and he might call a check raise too. So
Renee's saying he likes a limp re-raise with kings from early position versus this lineup, and I'd have to agree with you.
Oh yeah, I love that.
I'd have to agree with you. But I don't think Jay does much of that. I don't think Jay likes the limp re-raise strat.
No doubt about it. I think this is a great spot. Even if you rarely use that play, this table specifically.
Spot.
I mean, look at right down Jay's left. We've talked about it all night. He's got action player, action player, action player. Boom, boom, boom. That's a perfect time to get raised. And then you've got all of these other guys between you and the action players that are just going to call.
Like I can't believe he didn't think of it. Actually, I'm gonna give him some words later about it.
I mean, my impression is that Jay doesn't really use that play.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
But in this spot, just imagine you limp and the boy raises.
Yeah,
you have
exactly.
Woodley and Nick calling. Maybe Tricky Fish says, "Oh, this is a good squeeze spot." Squeezes.
I mean, we see what happened. He raised and got 7 callers.
Yeah.
So it would be like that, and then it's back to you, and you get to re-squeeze them.
Yeah. Nick hitting a pair on the end here. Goes check. Tricky Fish. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I wonder if Nick bricks on the end there, if he decides, probably not, as he had checked back the turn. It looked like he kind of just gave up on the plan, but they are playing the 7-deuce off game, guys. So if anyone wins a pot with that 7-deuce off, which as we saw right here, Nick tried to just go to showdown with that bottom pair. But if he had a bluff Jay off of that pot, he wins an additional $10 bounty from every player at the table, which I would say is probably more about the pride than it is about the bounty. Would you agree, John?
It always is. We've all had discussions at the table about how the bounty is not worth enough to blast off with 7-deuce, but always the response I get is, it's the glory. It's for the glory, and I've been in that spot. It's about the glory. It's about showing it down and making everybody go into their stack and throw me 2 of their chips.
You win money from every player on the table at one time.
Everyone just moaning like, "Oh, look at this guy."
Okay, dude, I'm thinking this might be 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 on this one.
Oh, here we go.
As it has Tom just calling. I guess that means limping in with the ace-10 suited. Yep, it looks like Nick 6 had the $40 straddle on.
And I said this before. Nick is not afraid to get that 40 on there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
as long as the boy throws on the 10, Woodley throws the 20 on, we're going to have that 10, 20, 40 dynamic going once in orbit at least.
Oh, yeah, dude. This game is out of control. We've gone from 2-5 to 2-5, 10, 20, 40.
Are you not entertained? Can we find a better 2-5 game anywhere?
Right. And look at this interesting play by Nick. It limps around to him in his straddle, triple straddle, I believe. And he decides to just min raise it, bump it up to 80 with Jack 5 offsuit. It does give him the initiative, and then he can represent some different boards that are better for his range and not so good for his hand. But feels like you're just going to get called 3 ways every time.
Looks like someone folded.
Boy. Yeah, Woodley.
Wait.
This is another problem with going with that little mini raise.
He puts in the back 3 bets at $325.
Yeah.
With my hand, but not suited.
And Woodley could tell that these guys are weak when they just limp in, and then Nick 6 goes with the weak min raise. And so even though Woodley can't really represent very much, because all he did was limp in, he's just playing power poker right here. He's saying, I don't care what 2 cards I have. I know you guys are weak, and so I'm going to just put the pressure on.
And if Tom would notice this, honestly, I think he'd have a pretty easy shove.
Yeah, because Tom's only got about $635.
He's just going to call here.
Yeah, he is just going to call and take a flop.
325.
Question from the boy, Nick. Why'd you have to 3-bet us? It's going to whiff.
Oh, boy, and this is going to give Woodley another chance to win this pot. Tom's got $390 left, and Woodley shoves it all in. I mean, Tom can't continue here.
He just can't, but he's getting such a good price. Oh, no, it was not that good of a price. I didn't realize it counted for Woodley's entire stack.
Yeah.
Oh, if only he would have shoved pre.
Wow. For sure, and it looks like Woodley is showing him. And John, that's Mr. Scott right there in the box dealing. I came up here when Poker House was first opening. They were doing a promotion where every morning, can't remember exactly, from like 8, I think it was from 7 or 8 a.m. until the early afternoon, they'd give away $500 per hour of
I remember that.
Yeah, dude, and Scott right here, he would come and play, and every time he would win, he would give every single player at the table $25 of his winnings.
Wow.
So he won it 2 or 3 times, yeah, and then when I was playing with him, and he just passed out $25 chips to everyone, just to be a good sport.
What a guy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
You're not going to meet many people like that.
For sure, dude, and you know,
That's crazy.
I won't forget that for a long time, too, just the
That's
sheer
overly
generosity.
generous.
Yeah, for sure. There was no need to do that at all, and he was just pulling that right out of his pocket.
I have a newfound respect for Scott. Scott, you the man.
Scott's the man. So Jay's going to open up the button here with the 10-9 offsuit with the double straddle on. It's a little ambitious, but he does have that button. Very powerful.
Going to flop the best hand here.
Yes, he is. And you know these guys will give you trouble, though. So he's got to figure out a way to get to showdown.
I think he's thinking his best bet for that is to bet the flop, check back some turns, and evaluate rivers. He's going to get a call from Woodley. He flopped the pair. He's not folding.
No doubt.
Picks up equity, but so does Jay.
Yeah,
If one makes 2 pair, the other will make a straight.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love that.
Jay checks it back as expected.
Brick on the end.
And now will Woodley turn this into a bluff?
That's the question. Evaluate rivers. That's the last option.
No, he doesn't. It looks like he just blocker bets.
He bet 100. 105.
So I don't think he's bluffing. I'm thinking that's a blocker bet. Put Jay in kind of a tough spot with an ace high.
Yep.
Type of play. So I guess if I had to categorize whether that would be a bluff or a value bet, I would put it on the value bet side as opposed to the bluffing side.
I don't think he bluffs at that size.
Yeah. I think we would see more like a 300 or something like that if he was deciding to turn it into a bluff.
And it looks like we have Skull Mike from the Lodge Live in the chat.
Oh, nice. Skull Mike.
Big fan, Skull Mike.
Big legend in the live stream community, huh?
Oh, we got some blood over here for sure.
Oh, yeah, this is an epic game right now.
Thank you for joining us in the chat, Skull Mike. I watch the Lodge Live a lot. Big fan.
Oh, yeah, and we've got about 4 or 5 action players in this lineup, and it is creating quite the dynamic. Ton of 3, 4, 5, 6-way raised pots, a ton of double, triple, and quadruple straddling. So not really a 2-5 anymore at this point, John. This is pretty much like a 10-20.
We've left the reservation.
We've left the launching pad.
You know, I actually played with Skull Mike. Last time I was visiting the lodge, he ended up sitting down in my 2-5 game. Well, I played for about 3 hours at the lodge, and he sat down at my 2-5 game for the tail end of that.
Did you take any pots off of him?
I did not. We did not play any pots together. But he did witness me cold 5-bet ace-king for $2,000. I did win that pot.
Nice. I really wish that you had taken a big one off of him. It would be so perfect for Savage Sunday.
so I could just like needle him out.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Skull Mike, you remember me?
Exactly. But you know what? I feel quite sure that is coming at some point. Skull Mike, come up to Dallas, give us some action, and let's see what you got.
That's an open invitation, Skull Mike.
Battle mode. They give us a little preview of these first couple of hands getting dealt out, and as you can see, they're both playable. Good start to another big pot.
Looks like Tom's adding on some money here.
Mm-hmm.
Tom's got 300 more. Tom's works. 300 in green. He's got 300 more. 300 behind? 300 more. Eights raises to 55. 9 folds, 1 folds. 10? 2 folds. 3 folds, 4 folds. 5 folds.
So it looks like Tom opened, and then Tricky Fish just let go of the A7 suited. A little surprising.
That's good discipline, though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, probably it's the right play if you go by the math of the game, with it being early position versus early position. But I know when you're on these live streams, it gets itchy. You want to just get in there every time you see something good.
Now, I'll be honest. I don't know if I'm folding the A7 suited. Even though I agree it's probably the right play. He would have whiffed.
He would have whiffed. And I see an opportunity for Woodley to take this one away.
And he's just going to lead in.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to lead in to everyone. He's got a... Oh, no. It looks like he said he checked, but it looked like he threw a chip in there.
Yeah, it did.
He picks up a double gutter here. Open-ender, I mean. It's going to be an 8 or 3 for him to win this pot. But Nick does pick up a pair of 7s. It was a 7 on the turn here.
Yeah, and if Woodley had have led, it probably would have worked.
Agreed.
But now...
He's not folding now with an open-ender, though.
No, definitely not. And I'm a little surprised he didn't lead on either the flop or the turn.
Looks like he's raising.
6 raises to 200.
Oh, yeah.
Small raise. And Nick's got a 7, though.
Yeah, what a very interesting play right here. I wonder if that's setting up him going for it on the end.
We got Skull Mike giving us a sub.
Nice,
Much
love
appreciated.
No doubt. Very much appreciated. We are about to crack that 1K subs mark.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
I didn't see what the river was. It looks like we are glitched out a little bit there. The new graphics. But it looks like Woodley did not hit. It was a deuce
on the end, yeah. Woodley bricks.
And
Nick makes the aggressive action right there. Could have just checked back the 7, but...
I wonder if he was turning his hand into a bluff there.
I don't know. I mean, his stack wasn't very big. I didn't see exactly how big the pot was, but... I mean, I would feel like he's more likely value betting.
Yeah.
You got second pair, decent kicker. Woodley checks on the end, slows down.
That's true. And he turned the second pair, so...
Yeah, I think that's then value.
Sometimes I get caught in these situations where someone makes a play like that, and I think, oh, they're not repping anything. And I call, and they're like really thin value betting, and I get owned.
Oh, yeah. Ouchie. Nothing worse than getting super thin value bet.
Yeah, and I'm just like, what? No way.
Yeah.
And I have to muck my cards, and everyone's just looking at me like, you can't beat that?
Yeah, dude. And how about this? When you're sitting there shipping the guy your chips and trying to figure out is this guy a genius or an idiot?
I've had that thought many times playing cash here in Dallas. Just sitting there like, is this guy like the best poker player I've ever met? I don't know.
I mean, you might have thought something like that right there on the end if you're Woodley and let's say he has like a smaller pair or a
Pocket
worse kicker than a
sixes, yeah.
7 or something. Yeah, exactly.
You're sitting there scratching your head like, man, I don't know.
7 bets, 45. 8 folds, 9 folds.
So Nick bets on the end here with his king.
It's the best hand.
Is the best hand.
Well,
Chopping.
in honor of Skull Mike. Oh wait, no, it's not Skull Mike's thing. No, I feel stupid.
What?
I was gonna say everyone loves a chop pot, but that's not that's not a lodge thing. That's a what is it, WSOP live coverage thing.
I'm not sure. Not sure about that one. See how many subs we are at now. Ooh, we are up to 987, dude. We've had a little surge right here just today.
You guys are the greatest.
No doubt.
All right, Shane. All right, Shane.
I love it.
Yes, thank you for clearing that up.
Is that
Mike.
Prosper Donkey?
That's Joe Stapleton that says everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice.
I had forgotten that.
Is that
That is Prosper
Donkey?
That's Prosper Donkey.
Nice.
The legendary Prosper Donkey.
Oh boy. Oh, Frankie. Oh, no, guys.
No.
And it has been a next gen bashing so far. Frankie just got stacked by Regis earlier, and then now he is out for blood again. Frankie's got 1,500. There is a $20 straddle on, which shrinks Frankie's stack by 4 times.
Goodness.
By a factor of 4. Maybe that's the way to say that.
If he loses this one, should I go out there and ask him if he wants to come in here and talk about it?
Dude. I mean, if he didn't want to come for the previous one, I doubt he's going to want to come, but you could just, like, go needle him with it.
I could, but I'm not going to. I wouldn't do that to him.
Oh, boy.
And while we're waiting for Regis to raise, he wastes no time.
No, he doesn't. And, you know, even though Regis is an action giver, I think Frankie has a chance to think this one through and possibly get away from it. Would Regis do this with pocket jacks or ace king? That's the first question I'm going to ask myself. I would say with ace king, I would expect Regis to just call.
Agreed.
With pocket jacks, I think it's possible he would come again. But there's 6 combos of that, and there's 12 combos of kings and aces. And if we've removed ace king, and I think pocket 10s can be removed from the factor too. And then
boy.
On top of that, you don't even know for sure if he would do this with jacks. So we're pretty deep. Not as deep with that straddle on, but no, Frankie's not going to get away from this one.
The chat already giving him his eulogy.
Yeah, I mean, hard to get away from it when there's $20 straddle on. You got 1,500. Was that about 75, 80 big blinds?
Tiny putting an ambulance emoji and then Frankie afterwards.
Yeah,
and
for
Skull Mike says Frankie reloads.
Oh, Frankie reloads.
Frankie reloads.
Yeah, well. Oh, saw some paint. Oh,
It's not
no.
going to do it. And that is going to be Frankie's 3rd bullet now. Rough night.
Ouchie. Frankie next gen
Down $3,000.
says nice hand, and Regis is going to add another green stackaroo on there. And he is dominating, dude. Oh, man, and look at these V-pips.
What a game.
What a game.
What a game.
Almost everyone over 40%, and we've got 4 guys over 55%.
Rosie on the Next Gen account.
Wow.
Rosie, very famous for his pain Instagram stories. Whenever he busts a tournament, he puts the black and white picture of him sitting and just says pain.
I've seen a couple of those, I think.
And now he's in the chat and he says pain.
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 I think I've seen a couple legendary ones of Rosie seemingly crying in his hotel room.
Yeah, pain.
Just vibing.
I mean, we've all been there.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You bubble the tournament.
Oh, agony. I know.
Pain.
And let's see if Frankie gets back here. He's got the 10-8 suited under the gun now. He just folds.
He would have won a big one if he played that one.
The 10-8 suited. Your favorite hand?
My favorite hand.
Oh, and you see the agony on Frankie's face there as he grabs reloading cash. Good thing he folded the 10-8 suited, as he would have had Jay coming in right behind him. He's got that ace-king.
And Tom with the ace-jack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how do the ace-king sound? What was it?
Ace-king.
Ace-king. Love it.
Oh, man. I'm bringing my Discord chat onto the live stream.
Yeah, and it looks like these guys have taken the advice from the chat last week, which was no more running it twice. We've seen Max Payne today, and it's Max Payne on the face of the next-gen boy, Mr. Frankie.
Tom out flopping Jay here.
Yeah, and Regis has a pair too. And he's got $6.4 thousand in front of him.
What a stack. Regis owning souls tonight.
Oh, yeah. He's out of control.
He's trying to get rid of those red chips. What do I need these for?
Team color up.
These peasant chips. Sounds like Frankie's keeping in good spirits out there.
Yeah. He does a good job at that.
Frankie with a fresh 1,500 in front of him now.
8 bets, 200. 200.
And now Jay's chatting up Frankie. Do you enjoy that, John, when you get stacked back to back and then the guy on next to you starts making small talk with you?
You know, I can't say I do, but I've been trying to practice a perspective shift where if someone starts talking to me after I lose a big hand, I consider it a, how do I put it? An opportunity for me to take my mind off of what's going on.
Nice, yeah, I like that.
And just engage in a normal social interaction because, after all, money comes and goes. And,
no doubt.
you know,
especially in this game.
time to get back into the game, you know?
No doubt, dude.
No sense in brooding.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible that Jay striking up that conversation is actually sinister and he's needling Frankie a little bit? Yeah, I think so, too.
Yes.
Maybe that's his version of Savage Sunday right there. Is like, I'm not going to talk trash, but when the guy next to me gets stacked back to back by Regis, I'm going to stick the knife in and just ask him where he's from, ask him about his buddies.
Make him start talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's possible for
Love
sure.
it.
Especially because what do you call it? Especially because Jay and I actually had that conversation last night at a 2-5 game that he loves needling people even in regular games.
Oh yeah.
He was telling me a story about how he got a guy to like start cursing him out at the table the other day because he was just nonstop needling. And he does do it on purpose, he said.
Having met Jay, I 100% believe that. He seems like the kind of guy that's like a master troller.
He said after the guy that was cursing him out, he got stacked, and then he was just like, oh, cooler. And he looked over and he was like, I think he covers you, man.
Love it.
If you're already like susceptible to getting tilted or on the edge emotionally, it's not the type of person to be at the table with. I'm sure if Shane Wilson is still watching in the chat, he can say plenty of things to Jay, to Jay's effect.
Oh yeah. They got a lot of history together, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, dude. So we can see that Frankie probably made the right decision, just getting it in with those queens, as Regis has now come in with the 3-bet with the Jack-9 suited. And he's getting multiple calls. It looks like the boy is getting a little impatient. Oh my God. Dude.
Clubs.
3 players flop a
gosh.
flush draw, and Regis has middle pair to go with his. If a club peels off here, dude, it is going to be fireworks.
I'm on my feet. Honestly, I'm just ready to go out there and grab whoever I need to grab.
Yeah.
I mean, Jay needs a 7 here.
Yeah.
Jay's like, I got a combo draw.
Yeah, right? He's feeling pretty good about his
He's
hand.
probably going to raise. He has 6 high and a combo draw.
And then what's the boy going to do? Just fold?
Maybe.
I can see Jay just calling 250. Woo! Oh, you were right, dude.
He's gonna
You were right.
And now what's the boy going to do? Like,
Wow.
what's he to do?
What's he to do?
Do you fold or you ship it?
And
right?
his reach
I
is
mean,
going to rip it with the pair and his flush draw.
Well, actually, the boy can't rip it for 2,700 here.
He just folds.
He's
That's
just
probably
gonna
the right
fold.
play right there.
I think that's good. But I don't think Regis is going to fold. He's got a straight flush draw.
Yeah. Well, he's got a pair and a... Oh, yeah, he's got a straight draw, a pair, and a flush
straight
draw.
Straight
Yeah,
flush
yeah.
draw.
Wow.
Needs the 10 of clubs.
Yeah, nice.
And he has no interest in folding his hand. And Jay has 12% chance here. He's going to need to hit runner 2 pair, or he needs to hit a 7. And I feel like this is not going to end pretty.
Jay's just got about 1,000 back, and this pot's going to be over 2,000 now.
Jay he already knows in his head what he wants to hit, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, Paraponera, we were not thinking about whether Regis would be folding. We were just thinking about whether...
jacket on.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Oh, he hits a pair. Now he has a pair, a straight draw, and a flush draw to go with it, and I assume he's going to put it in. 1,100 it's a half pot bet. He's got a little more equity now, at least. Jay messed with the wrong dude.
No doubt, dude. And Regis is going to have a monster stack if he holds here.
C3 is all in.
All in. Jay counts down all of those beautiful chips.
It's more than 1,100. The stacks are wrong. He's got
Yeah, it's
1,900 here.
1,900, dude.
He must have
wow.
added on, and he must not have realized.
What a spot. And now Regis...
That's actually a lot
Oh,
more.
look at him put his hand in his... Put his head in his hand.
That's a lot different. That's a lot different than 1,100.
Yeah, it sure is. I thought he was going to snap call for 11.
If it's 11, he snap calls. 19's massive.
Wow. This is an enormous pot, guys. The pot of the night right here. Let's get the table talk up a little bit for you.
Wow. Biggest pot of the night.
And look at Jay's body language.
Looks like he's rocking out to some music or something.
Do you think this displays weakness or strength?
Jay's pretty balanced. He does that all the time with everything. Just starts moving.
Man, and look at Regis. He is in agony.
Maybe it's because he doesn't want to try to stay still the whole time, so he just nonstop always moves.
Yeah.
I think we might have to get Jay in here after this win or lose. Oh, he's grabbing chips.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at Jay start moving a little bit faster.
Oh, yeah. And Regis is going to count those out. See what his stack looks like once that $1,900 is separated from
It
it.
still looks pretty nice.
It does still look pretty good.
Little does he know how far ahead he is.
Yeah, he's got an 83% chance to win this pot. This is going to be a massive victory for Jay if Regis lays it down.
It's just so hard to lay that hand down.
Yeah, Jay only has claim to 17%
I mean,
of
he's
that
saying,
$2,000 that was out there.
he's saying he got Jack 10. That's what he's saying. Playing this strong.
No doubt. I could see just the fact that Regis has a straight flush draw playing in his mind where he does not want to let that go.
Little speech play there. Regis smacks the chips down, and Jay says, "Is that a call?" And Regis says, "Not yet."
Oh, love it. Jay, like, actually hoping he does have a pair like kings. That would mean that he had way more equity than he actually has here.
Yeah, if he had kings here, he wouldn't even really mind that much. Like, he's got tons of outs against kings.
Oh, man. Oh my gosh. What's he going to do, guys? And he folds!
Oh my
Wow!
God!
Wow!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, and we're going to have to get Jay in here after that.
Look at Eddie. Look, why is Eddie looking at his cards?
Oh my gosh, that is epic. Jay does not want to show that one.
Right into the muck. All right, I'm gonna go get Jay.
Okay, let's see it.
Jay.
Wow. All right, guys. John stepped out. He's going to grab Jay. Oh, we've got him. Here we go. You can just take a seat since Sean's out. Grab those headphones. Oh, that worked out. Pop them on. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We got Jay here in the booth with us. Jay, I'm just going to let you take us through it. Tell us how you were feeling when Regis is in the tank there.
So, when Regis was in the tank, I was actually fairly comfortable because I figured he had a one pair kind of holding like ace, queen, king, queen.
That's
maybe
exactly what we were
aces,
thinking.
kings, something like along those lines. Maybe queen 10 sometimes.
Yeah, and we heard you guys maybe using a little speech play back and forth there, and you were thinking maybe he had like two kings.
Yeah, and I figured, well, like, against those hands, I just have so many outs.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
My shove is for pot, exactly, basically. So it doesn't have to work super often, but even when he calls, generally I have like 15 outs or more.
Right.
So I'm like even if he calls, okay, it's not the end of the world.
Not that big a deal.
Now,
exactly.
Once I saw his hand after he folded, I was like, oh my goodness, how can he fold that? Like, I couldn't believe he folded that hand specifically because it's like the perfect hand to go all in with, basically. That's not a straight, right? Or a set. If you don't have a straight or a set, that's the hand you want to have, basically.
Yeah.
Even with aces and kings, you could be drawing dead.
And we know that
he's never drawing dead, ever.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah, he's got a straight flush draw, right?
Yeah. He can't ever be drawing dead in this situation. And he blocks a lot of good hands, pocket nines, jack 10, which are a lot of what I'm repping. So the pre-flop was a little weird. It went like the boy raised from early position to 35, and then went like call, or maybe 2 over 1 caller, I don't remember. Mr. Regis made it 135, I believe.
Yeah.
So at this point, I was just going to fold my hand, but then boy acted out of turn. And I was like,
okay. We didn't see that on the video.
Now I can get in there, yes.
Nice.
Because the boy called out of turn. I asked the dealer, can he re-raise if I just call? And he said no. So I called because I'm like, he's got like a big pair.
Yeah, you're getting a great price now.
Yeah, I'm getting a really good price. And once I saw the flop, I was like, we're super deep here. I can apply a lot of pressure. And also, I talked to Mr. Regis after the hand. He said that if he had aces, he would have called off. But if he had kings, he would have folded.
Okay.
That's what he told me.
Wow, you're doing some real big digging for information there. I love that.
Well, he asked me about the hand, too. Like, he wanted to talk about it as well. So we were just going back and forth on that.
For sure. But I love that strategy of after you play a pot with someone, asking them specifics about what they would do with other hands there. Oh, that helps you learn so much about how they think, right?
Yeah. Oddly enough, he put me on. He said he was afraid I had aces. That's what he said. And like in my head, I was like, that's not what I'm representing at all.
Yeah, you're representing a straight, right?
Yeah, or a set. I'm representing a straight or a set, basically, because I'm thinking if I had a set, for example, in that spot, I basically have the nuts against Mr. Regis specifically, not against the field, but against Mr. Regis. But where was I going with this? I don't remember.
You were just talking us through the action of what happened pre-flop, and then you decided to bluff on the flop because, you obviously great flop. And I don't know if you know, there's actually another flush draw in the pot.
Right. Yeah.
So
the boy told me.
Okay, yeah, that's wild. 3 flush draws
Yeah.
on the flop. The worst of the 3 takes it down.
Yeah.
And then we got to ask you one more question before we let you get back in the action, which is, why didn't you show him the bluff at the end there?
I mean, because I don't know. I was just like shocked.
Chat was going crazy.
I was like, how did I win this hand? Like, I should be rebuying right now. Like, how could he fold this? So I don't know. I just didn't want to rub it in that he just made such a ridiculous fold. Well, in my opinion, it was a pretty humongous fold. And I didn't want to rub it in his face that he made a bad fold.
Fair
basically.
enough. Fair
but
enough.
he kept asking me afterwards, so I had to tell him.
Fair enough. Oh, you did tell him.
I did have to tell him.
Gotcha,
He
gotcha.
kept asking me.
Love it. Okay, well, don't forget this is Savage Sunday, and don't be afraid to show that bluff if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
All right,
See you
buddy.
guys.
Good luck out there.
All right, I'm back. Everyone's favorite commentator.
Oh, yeah. Mr. John back in the booth. And we had Jay walking us through that monster pot right there. Love it. So it sounds like we had a Paraponera. I think I'm getting it right now. Paraponera saying Regis would have been on Mega Tilt, but we hear Jay saying right there he did tell him, so Regis is aware he got bluffed in that pot, and oh, that's a painful one. Man, Regis would have had a monster stat, guys. What would he have been? Almost 10K? Wow.
And we did have confirmation from Jay himself saying that that hand was in fact a punt in his mind.
Well,
and what Jay says goes.
A punt that worked.
A punt that worked.
Sometimes when you punt, you pin him down on the 1 yard line and everything works out.
Yes, Paraponera. So we're on a 10-minute delay. So we're actually seeing this hand 10 minutes after it actually happened. So that means that in approximately 10 minutes, you'll see Jay step away from the table after he's talking to me that walked out of the booth. So everything's on a 10-minute delay, which allows us to grab those players and get them right in after we see the hand.
No doubt, guys. And as y'all are watching the action, if you have any specific questions as a big pot goes down that you want us to ask them, we can pull them in and ask him right away.
That is true.
Yeah, as John said, that 10-minute delay enables us to make it look like it happened instantly in real life. What line is that, Rosie / Jello? Guessing this is Rosie.
I think it's Rosie.
6 bets 100. Seven calls, 5 folds. Heads up. No weird. It comes with changing. So sick. Thank you.
Looks like the players are doing some side bets on the side there.
Yeah, and it looks like Nick made a little bit of a light call here on the turn with his pair of 4s. Putting Woodley to the test, which I don't blame him.
And he's going to fire in a bluff here. Oh.
Wow. And so Nick has turned his 4 into a bluff, which definitely makes more sense than just calling to me. Obviously, folding seems like it would be fine as well, but if you're going to make a play...
It looks to me like Woodley checked, and he could have checked it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was a shove over a bet. So Woodley shows some weakness, and Nick pounces on it. I like that even more. Unfortunately, Woodley is essentially at the top of his range here. I'm actually surprised he checked a hand this strong at all. And he's thinking about it. So he's giving Nick a lot of credit here for... Oh, we got a one-liner, John. I'm an idiot. Excuse me, guys. We have an 8 on the flop there, making a one-liner. So Nick actually making a very slick play. I like this even more. Every time I learn more about this hand, I love it more and more. Because now we've got Nick turning his 4 into a bluff when Woodley shows weakness, basically says he doesn't have a 9. And then that gives Nick the ability to represent one. And let's see what happens.
Honestly, not a very easy spot at all. Didn't even realize that there was a 4-liner there. It's like they're still talking about that that hand with Jay.
Man, and Woodley is really giving this one a good think. He knows that he's basically said he doesn't have a 9. And with that knowledge, knows Nick might go for it. Nice. And Rosie says we are at 999 subs.
Oh, man.
Next one of you guys that clicks that button.
Tammy said she's going to be going crazy. She said she's going to be Oprah with the Poker House Dallas shirts.
You get a shirt, and you get a shirt. Boom, 1,000. There we go. Awesome, guys.
Let's
hit
go.
1,000 subs. See if we can do a little.
Do we have a cheer?
I think we got a. No.
No, that's not it. Not the womp.
Yeah, my bad. One more time. There we go.
I appreciate everyone for the support. Almost 100 viewers in here tonight.
Yeah, not bad. Oh, and okay.
Man.
Now Nick throws a little speech play in there, and that might make Woodley more suspicious. Would Nick really say he has the nuts if he didn't have the nuts?
He's going in on it. He's actually telling them straight up, I got the nuts.
Oh, and the wig!
He's got the
I love it.
Oh,
He lets it go. Boom! And he shows it.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Woodley, I had to do that to you.
Oh, man, I love that.
Everyone's running the same bluff.
That is great, dude. Should we get Nick back
We
in
need
here?
Nick back in the booth.
I mean, come on.
We need him back in the booth.
Let's go.
And he's got 2 pairs. For 600,
Let's go, guys. We're getting Nick back in here.
Yeah, I mean, they came out, I thought, that's the only I got. Is represent ace king. We got the 20? If you don't see me doing that, just remind me, because I'm usually in a conversation and I can't get out of it. You're good. It's just a pain to have to go back.
Oh, yeah. Is he coming? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we got Nick back in the booth with us here for a second. We'll only keep you for a second, Nick. I know the game and the action is awesome out there. But we have got to say, that was probably the most savage thing we've seen on Savage Sunday so far. Telling Woodley, I got the goods, bud. Just lay it down.
I knew he had 2 pair. I felt it, and I knew he was strong. And I tried to run a bluff on him before, and he didn't fall for it. But when that came out, and I knew if I said, "Man, I can't believe I hit Broadway," and I said it really quiet, almost like I whispered under my breath, like I was talking to myself, and then I go, "Oh, what am I doing?" And then I looked at, and I think he bet, and I just shoved, and then he just hummed around. I said, "Dude, I don't really care. I'm just stop talking because." Had I not said anything, you would have called me.
Yeah, I think you probably would have.
And I just had a pair of 4s.
Yeah.
And he
Oh,
had
we
queens
saw.
and 10s, and I thought, oh, that was beautiful. So I got to rub it in, So
Oh, yeah, man. I think
that bluff over right away. I loved it.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think the speech play is what got him in the end. I think he was going to call before that.
Sometimes it's hook, line, and sinker. If you could talk to them, get a little bit. I mean, most of the time people won't talk.
Yeah.
They just won't say. I think it would help.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Especially if you're good at it.
Yeah, especially if you're good. If you're a salesman, and I was a born salesman.
Yeah, nice,
That
man.
one worked on him.
Well, we love seeing that element brought to the strategic part of the game because it just creates a whole new dynamic, you know?
Absolutely. I love this. This is
So much fun, dude.
Yeah.
Love it. All right.
I got to go back and make some more.
Yeah, good luck out there.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Nice seeing you.
52, 300 more. 300 more chips.
And good luck getting out of here.
Good luck getting out that door.
All right. That was
Mr. Nick 6 in the booth telling us about that savage bluff versus Woodley. And it seems like tonight Woodley might have met his match with Nick 6.
Dude, that was so good.
Woodley's usually the one running the table over with these savage bluffs, but now he's got someone on his left who's dishing out his own pain.
Oh, yeah. Talking a little trash during the hand, misleading him with the speech play, and then showing him the bluff right after. I mean, that is Savage Sunday at its finest.
Two folds, three folds, four folds, five folds. 6 calls. 40 bucks. 7 calls, 8 calls. I'm sorry. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls.
No shortage of action here tonight from our players as Tricky Fish is flopping top 2 on a monotone board. Regis flopping an open-ender and 2 overcards. Nothing else for anyone else there.
9 bets, $60.
Yeah, pretty wild when you see 5 players take a monotone flop and no one has a club.
Nick actually does have top pair, but yeah, no clubs out there.
And Mr. Anthony says he was number 1K. If that is true, then we appreciate it so much, Anthony.
It looks like Eddie's going to try to figure out who actually was the 1K subscriber and give them away something.
Oh, yeah.
So if that was actually you, Anthony, you'll be getting something.
Bets 125.
So Nick turns top 2 here. It does come monotone on the turn as well. Looks like Nick bets again and just takes it down.
Even though the 4th club came there. No fear. Boat outs.
Looks like these guys are finishing up dinner. Usually get a nice dinner order somewhere in the middle of the stream, and we're coming up on the 3-hour mark actually, guys, so we're already 3/4 of the way through this one. It's flying by. There's been so much action.
It's like Tricky Fish is trying to get involved here, limping in with the Queen 8 suited.
Mm-hmm. A good adjustment whenever there's so much 3-betting going on. Gives you a chance to see a flop without getting blown off your hand.
Jay had ace-5 suited, ace-5 of hearts there, but was away from the table. I assume he would have put in a big raise there.
Definitely a good chance of that, and he would have had a pretty decent flop for his hand. Instead, we got Woodley with a top pair, Tom with a second pair, and that's about it.
4 players, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 6 checks, 7 checks, 8 checks, 5 checks.
Runs out bricks here. They do go 6 ways to the turn. It's just a small little probe bet. That got called, and Woodley's the best on the end. Looks like it just checks around.
Yeah, it looks like the river went check through.
And it's funny, this feels like a relatively slow hand where we go 6 ways to the river in a straddled pot that was then bet on the flop. And there's still $150 out there in a 2-5 game. And feels like the slowest pot we've had in an hour.
I think that might be the slowest pot we've had all night.
And look at Regis still sitting atop the chip counts. He's got $5,000. Oh my gosh, he was so close
to having a massive stack.
Oh, 10K, dude. He would have had 10K. And that right there in the 2-seat, that nice watch on, that's Frankie from Next Gen Poker. It's been a rough night for him so far. A little slow, too, in terms of how many playable hands he's gotten.
You know, I think Regis' stack is incorrect. I think it is actually closer to 6K. Because look at that. It just looks like it looks like it's like 6,500.
Oh, and now Woodley, who has played every hand for the last 3 hours. It's all been leading up to this. He sets himself up nicely.
It looks like he's just going to call. Oh, my goodness.
6 raises to 100.
Okay.
No.
It looked like he was about to just call.
7 folds.
They both had a pair, actually, Brad. Regis had a pair of 9s, so he had a bigger pair.
And a bigger flush draw.
And a bigger flush draw.
And a bigger straight draw.
And a straight draw. And a straight flush draw. Amoral saying that Regis is a nit. No, he's not. Just kidding. I know you're talking about Frankie, but actually Frankie just plays good. So Woodley 3-bets, Regis cold calls with the ace-5 offsuit, and Du Bois calls behind.
Woodley gets a decent flop for his hand.
I'd say it's a good flop for his hand. Very likely someone has something, a pair or a draw, but pretty unlikely they have anything better than what we've got. And he's going to continue for about a third of the pot.
I don't know if this gets called. I'd assume not.
Regis dumps it. Du Bois feeling frisky, he says.
Wow.
Haven't been in a pot in a while.
Gonna call and try to take it away on future streets.
Yeah, and he's out of position. This is a tough play. I mean, that's a card that could be a little scary to Woodley because top pair is a very plausible hand that Du Bois might play this way.
I think he goes check on the turn here, which was going to give Du Bois either a chance to improve his hand or bluff him on the river. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. If Du Bois decides to bluff here, I assume he'll get snap called.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like he's going to try. And he's going to go big, 400. I assume he's just going to get called.
And Woodley's shaking his head. Is it possible Woodley's thinking about some other hands from tonight being snake bit a little bit?
Calls.
He calls pretty quickly.
Yeah, 6 called and 5 mugs. If they're showing queens. Appreciate that. Button move. King's coming in, guys. Good luck, everybody. Thank you all.
We have King entering the box. Scott did a great job for us.
No doubt. Scott always does a great job. King also always does a great job. Got a lot of good dealers here at Poker House of Dallas.
We do. We have a really solid staff over here.
Oh, yeah. There's a really interesting hat on Tom there. What do you think about that?
He was wearing that same hat yesterday.
Would you wear that hat?
I would. I would wear that hat everywhere. I'd get it in multiple colors, actually. You know why?
Why?
Because even if I didn't recognize Tom, I'd recognize that hat. That's his.
I feel that.
That's his style.
I feel that.
You don't forget a hat like that. So I'd like to be memorable, you know?
It is striking.
Either if you want a piece of pizza? I'll wait. All right, 2-5. Come in, Miss Reed.
We just got word that we're going to get some pizza delivered into the booth here.
Oh boy.
The players always take care of us in the booth.
Dude, I have to say, just a shout out to Woodley, who tried to give me a huge tip for commentating last time I saw him.
Really?
Only player that's tried to do that, and I thought that was just overly generous.
Wow.
Thanks, homie. I did not accept because I did not feel like this is a tipping job, but I thought that was...
That is, yeah. It's very, very
over
nice
the
of him.
top. So Nick 6 has got the best of this one. Oh, no, he does not. I'm sorry. I just see Woodley coming in with the 4-3 offsuit, making bottom 2 pair. He's up against Nick's top pair, and we know that dynamic that just went down between these two guys, where Nick told him, hey, I've got the goods. Just lay it down, man. And then shows him the bluff. And this one's going to go multi-ways. As Tom is in there with just the backdoor draws. Tricky Fish in there with the gut shot and backdoor flush draw. Not going to go multi-ways. It is Woodley swooping in with the check raise. Nick's not going anywhere. As we just mentioned, they have that dynamic going on between the two of them. And now Evan, Tricky Fish, a.k.a. Tricky Fish, who has been relatively quiet tonight. Yeah, he's frustrated, doesn't want to give up the gut shot. And you can see him looking up in frustration. A lot of body language there. And now King peels off on the turn, which might save Nick 6 some money at some point here. Woodley's not slowing down, and I would guess Nick's not going anywhere right now. And he's going to need a jack or a queen.
Or king.
To improve.
King does it too.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Isn't this just a classic Woodley play? I found it funny. He was like, Nick's got the best of it. Oh, wait, no, Woodley. Because I just
he's got 4-3 offsuit.
He just comes out of nowhere.
Exactly. Ace on the end. Also fills the flush. Could that slow Woodley down and let Nick go to showdown? Or could it give Nick a chance to bluff? Oh, he checks this time. Wow, that would have been so sick if he went for it right there. He had 1.2K into 960. And if he went for another huge bluff and then hits him with the speech play again, oh, that would have been epic.
This is when I just called him in right after he lost that pot.
Oh, that's right. We just called him in after that.
We did. You even heard me say Nick.
That's all right. It's just part of the gig.
Savage Sunday.
And look at those aggression frequencies through the roof, guys.
So, Anthony, these games are not raked. There's no rake whatsoever in Texas. You just pay an hourly seat fee. Poker House Live just answered that for you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We just broke the 100 viewers in here. Really appreciate that. And right now in the booth, we have myself, Nocturnal. I am the editor for the Next Gen Poker guys. And we have Mr. Nick Morgan here from Hassled House Poker. And we're here to guide you through our final hour of our live stream tonight.
No doubt. And we've got Poker House commenting there that they're doing $8 an hour, no cap, for a Black Friday special. Which is pretty sweet. I had no idea.
I think that already ended, though.
Well, they just posted it right now.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to have to indulge on that.
I mean, that seems like a great deal.
I have to do that right now.
So we got another 3-bet pot here as it is Jay opening it up, and DuBois taking another opportunity to 3-bet. We've seen him make several aggressive plays today with some suited King X and then now a King Queen offsuit. He allows Jay to see a free turn card. If he had a bet, he probably would have just taken it down. And after giving up the lead, now it's kind of hard to continue. He got absolutely nothing. And Jay doesn't have anything either.
Jay's bluffing with the best hand
Yeah.
here.
And we got Next Gen writing in. We love Knock. We love Nick. We love Rosie. We love Jello. We love Frankie Badass.
We love Next Gen. We love Next Gen.
Best thing going in the social media poker content world.
Poker House confirming the deal did end yesterday at 6 a.m. It's a good point from Tricky Fish. Nobody won with 7 deuce yet tonight.
5 raises to 15. 6 raises to 50. 7 fold. 8 calls. 9 fold. 1 call. 2 fold. 5 calls. Yes, sir.
So Sassy, if you're interested in playing on a live stream, you can go to the Next Gen Poker YouTube channel and click on one of their videos. And under the video where you see the subscribe button, there should also be a button that says join. And if you click on that join button, you can get into their Discord where they will select people to play on the live streams.
We've got another multi-way pot here with a bet.
2 calls. 5 calls. 6 calls.
And 3 calls. So Regis has a flush draw. Woodley's got second pair, and DuBois has second pair as well. He is out kicked, so you can see he's almost drawing dead.
Woodley and DuBois gotta like that turn card. It's not showing up, but it is the Queen of Clubs. You can see it there on the table.
And I don't think Regis is going anywhere. He does have a pair to go with his flush draw.
Regis gotta like that turn card as well.
Oh yeah, you see him counting out those chips immediately.
1 call. Still got 3.
And DuBois, who had the worst chance there, is the one who was leading the action. And we get an innocuous 4 on the end. Our graphics are delayed a little bit there, guys, but it was a queen on the turn and a 4 on the end.
Woodley's gonna take it down. Is a brick on the end?
Yeah, did this check around on the end there?
Yeah, looks like it.
And Gerard, who has been pretty card dead tonight, haven't really seen him in the action. He picks up the 8-7 suited here.
Under the gun.
Yeah, let's see if that entices him to get in or if he thinks this game is just too loose.
He is just going to limp in there, try to get involved.
Yeah, makes sense. We just cracked 110 viewers, dude. We're cruising tonight.
Oh, we're having a good time here tonight, guys.
No doubt. Thank you guys for being with us. You tuned in for a good one. This action is out of control. We got the boy coming in from +1 immediately over that limp, raising it up. Call from Nick 6, also known as AC Nick. He owns a huge AC company here in the area. Has been doing that for 40 years, he said. And I said, gotta call him AC Nick because he is ice cold. There are two calls.
I think Nick 6 is actually, wasn't that a member of Motley Crue?
I'm not sure, but that sounds like it would fit. And we got Jay coming in here. He's got a great squeeze candidate. It was limp, raise, call. Jay squeezes with the ace-queen offsuit. He's in the big blind. He's out of position. There's a bunch of dead money. We've got a loose opener. A lot of really good reasons to come in here with a squeeze. And he bumps it up to 175, so it was a 25 and 2 calls, or $75 out there. Seems like a very reasonable size. Wow. Dude. Da boy.
Wow.
Coming back over the top. And he is going to put Jay in an interesting spot here.
I don't know. I think Jay should fold.
I mean, fold seems like the normal play, but the dynamic has been building here. There's been a lot of aggressive play back and forth between these guys.
Threya commenting on a last hand with the boy where he called with king high on the flop, no draw, says there's a quote-unquote lot to digest here.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot to digest in this one, too, as he opens over that limp from U1, gets squeezed from the big blind from an aggressive, capable player, and then decides to 4-bet. Now, this is street poker right here, John, and I don't know if this is going to work or not, but this sheer aggression...
I think he's going to get shoved on.
Do you think so?
I think he's going to get shoved on.
Nope.
Or he's going to fold.
Oh, boy.
It was one or the other. He was definitely not calling.
I mean, that's a tough spot right there for Jay.
I don't know if Jay has played with the boy as much. If I was sitting in Jay's shoes there, I would have either folded or shoved.
Yeah, and I got to say, the boy, too, like when I've watched him in previous weeks, it feels like I haven't seen him do a whole lot of stuff like that. So maybe he just had some kind of read. Maybe it's specifically because he knows Jay is a very capable squeezer that he just decided this time I'm going to take a stand. Big 4-bet with the Jack-10 offsuit there.
And he's going to take it down.
For sure, and I love seeing the street poker. It's a lot of fun to watch. When I'm playing myself, it always feels like it just makes your strategy so tricky because now you're trying to keep up with like all of the possible hands that you might have in this situation. And if you're going to have Jack-10 offsuit, then what else might you have? You know, you could, it feels like have almost any 2 cards that are better than Jack-10 offsuit, which would include all of your offsuit Broadways and offsuit aces and suited aces and just a ton of riffraff
things.
Yeah, so it makes your strategy very complicated, but I love it when I see someone who just sees a spot, recognizes the external factors of it, like Jay being the kind of player who's going to over squeeze there, and then decides just to go for it. Doesn't matter what his cards are.
So we did just see Frankie lay down the 7-deuce offsuit on the button. And I'd like to say I actually really like this play because we have the 10-20-40 on this hand.
Yeah.
And we see Tom limping in the +1.
The wise decision. And then
you're on the button with the 7-deuce and you're like, what size do I have to raise to here to even have any semblance of a chance of winning this pot and not going 5 ways? And the answer is like 175 or something.
Yeah.
Like...
And it's a good thing he didn't because you see Tom had the ace-queen.
With the ace of clubs.
Yeah, and flops the goods here. It's going to be Woodley leading with a worse queen and Nick calling with second pair. Everybody's got a little something here.
Easy call for Tom.
Yeah, and Tom's going to slow play it. He's got that ace of clubs as backup. Feels like a slam dunk call and take a card. There's really no bad cards for you. Obviously a 9 would give Nick the best hand, but other than something like that, you're thinking almost every card in the deck is pretty clean.
6 checks. 7 checks.
It is a total brick.
8 bets, 375.
And checks to Tom, and he's not letting it check through this time.
Looks like he must have had those chips preloaded. I wonder if that played into either of our other players' decisions to check to him. Because he threw that bet out very quickly.
For sure.
Preloaded 375. Woodley does have the 8 of clubs.
When you see someone load up and just like they're ready to fire there, do you lean towards thinking that's a nutted hand or a weaker hand?
I think it's really player dependent.
Well, these guys must have thought it was pretty strong because they're both able to get away. Woodley gets away from a queen with a club. So big fold right there.
A lot of times the preloaded bets to me seem like eagerness and not like they're trying to fake being strong. You know?
I was going to say that it wasn't really the case in this situation, but that often feels to me like it's like a hand that's strong enough to bet for value, but also wants to put off the impression that you're very strong so that you can discourage the opponents from playing back at you. So maybe like a weaker top pair type hand. That would have been a bad read in that case, though, as he had the best top pair and the best draw.
Regis picking up a very playable 8-7 suited in the hijack there.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing for Frankie.
Dude, we haven't seen Regis in the action for a little while. Ready for him to get back.
He's ready.
Yeah, here we go.
Frankie has been pretty card dead tonight, despite picking up good hands and then getting coolered. Frustrating night for him, but he seems to be handling it pretty well.
And we're 6 ways again, dude. Another raised and called multi-way pot. It's $120 out there already. It's a top pair for Nick 6. A bottom pair for Du Bois, who is going to have the second best chance to win this hand. Not much of anything for anyone else.
Nick is going to bet it. He's got top pair. Who could blame him? Regis is going to call him with some backdoor draws. A lot of cards give Regis a straight draw here. And if that card is a heart, he'll have a lot of outs.
No doubt.
And that is not one of them. The
Total
brickiest.
brick. Yeah.
6 checks. 7 checks. 1 check.
And there it is.
5 checks. 6 checks.
Yep, Nick still has the best hand. Let's see if he decides to bet at it and go for some thin value.
Imagine that 6 of hearts had come on the turn. What a card that would have been for Regis.
Double gutter and a
Flush draw.
flush draw.
Big hand. Looks like Regis is thinking that himself.
And Du Bois is going to look him up light. And Nick's value bet works like a charm.
And he's happy about it.
For sure. And if he's getting called by a 4, you know he's getting called by a 10 or a pocket pair bigger than a 4. So
Tammy says Regis needed a break. He was exhausted from stacking all those
yeah,
chips.
no doubt. He might have just been in a little bit of agony from folding that Jack 9 suited that would have gave him a 10K stack. And Woodley's up to 4.5K. We got 3 or 4 stacks up around that 4,000 or more marker. And you can see our graphics are out ahead of our playback on the camera as Tricky Fish has the pocket tens. And he's been very patiently waiting to get involved. Normally a very active player, but tonight, just not too many good spots for him. It's hard to gauge like how much you want to get in there and battle when you know all of these other players are going nowhere.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of pot stealing going on. You kind of got to make a good hand.
You got to just have the goods. The squeeze spots are not going to come that... I mean, you can still bluff as a squeeze spot, for example, in Du Bois' situation here. Like, this is like an... Okay, actually, I thought it was a bunch of limps and then he raised. Because I was going to say, with a hand like this, you can actually decide to turn it into a cold 4. Or, I mean, a 4-bet, not a cold 4, if someone were to raise you. But, like, a lot of these hands, like, you get 3-bet and a bunch of people call. It's just, like, there's no good options for you.
Sure, and Du Bois 3-bets, and you immediately see Woodley just cold calling with ace-9 right behind him.
Yeah, like...
Which is the kind of hand that you would normally be thinking about trying to get out.
Yeah, and this would normally work for ace-9 suited to fold, but you got to be aware, you know?
Yeah, and then look what happens. Nick 6 cold calls right behind him, and then Tricky Fish is bang, pouncing on the opportunity.
And this is a good spot for Tricky Fish. I would have gone even bigger.
Oh, yeah, it's a juicy one.
I mean, I know it's ridiculous, but, like...
Wow.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is a hand that you can do this type of stuff with, and now Tricky Fish is going to be in agony.
Oh, my God.
I literally was just talking about this. I can't believe he pulled the trigger, though.
Du Bois is fearless. We've seen multiple huge bluffing bets.
I don't know if Tricky Fish is going to fold to Du Bois, but...
Dude, we might have to get Du Bois in here again. He literally just 4-bet bluffed with the Jack-10 offsuit, and then now, like 2 hands later, comes in with the 4-bet with the ace-5.
It's funny he did that.
Fearless.
It's funny he did that right when I was talking about it.
Yeah, unbelievable. I would have thought that maybe that would play into his decision that he has, you know, already shown so many aggressive actions in the last couple of orbits.
And now Evan is in absolute agony. Not an easy spot at all.
No, it's not. But
this is a 5-bet.
Yeah, Du Bois got 1.6, so it's going to be another 1.2. I think you probably got a call here. You've already put in a quarter of your stack. We know Du Bois has been super active. Gosh, he shoved so fast, too, which makes me feel like it was more like an ace-king style hand or a bluffy style hand like this. Like, if he has aces or kings, don't you think he would maybe, like, Hollywood a little bit? Try and keep some of these other players. He's got 2 cold callers behind him in the pot. Maybe even think about just calling himself to keep them in.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, he's in agony. Absolute agony. Oh, man.
He's looking at all of those beautiful chips right there by his right hand. He says, if I lose this, I'm going to have to pass them all across the table. He's already shown some signs of tilt tonight, so...
Yeah, he has. It's not been going well for him.
Oh, and he is going to really blow it if he folds here and gets shown the 5.
If he folds and gets shown the 5, I have to call him into the booth.
Oh, call in Evan. I feel like we got to give Du Bois some love for going for it back to back.
Well, we definitely do, but this is Savage Sunday. We got to bring in the losers, too. We should bring them both in at the same time.
That would be interesting. I just don't know if there's enough room in our booth.
Yeah. Oh, man, he's going back and forth. Looks like he's about to settle on a fold, in my opinion. Body language. What if he calls and then the guy hits an ace? How far? Oh, and he calls. Makes the correct call. As long as he can live with the fact that he made the right call.
Okay, they're going to go twice this time. It's a big pot.
See, this is why ace-5 suited is such a strong hand to do this with. Oh, he's got that one.
Oh, and he loses one of his 5s. Oh,
my goodness.
And he loses one of his aces.
And he hits an ace? Imagine he hits an ace.
Man, that is brutal.
Wow, that's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Du Bois loses 2 of his cards that could help him as Evan makes the set. And now Evan is in great shape to get the full double.
Hits the 5.
5. He needs an ace or a 5.
Was a diamond for running diamonds? Oh, that's not going to do it. And the full
That's
double.
it. Wow. And Evan scoops a big one.
Wow. Great call. Wow. We're definitely going to need to get Evan in here now.
Yeah, I think so. Let's give him a little love right there. The patience pays off. Scoops a huge pot. And John is up, and he is bringing in Evan. And John's brought in Evan here. He flags him down. You're going to be talking into that mic right there, dude. You can close that behind you. Sorry, it's a little cramped. And
okay, so I just get a little background info before Evan talks to us. The boy said that I should tell Evan to make sure that he folds there next time, that he should fold there next time. All right, Evan, please tell us what was going through your mind when you faced the 5-bet from the boy there.
Oh, but yeah, that was absolutely like a fold in the long run, right? But there's like a lot of factors. It was like 1,000 to win like 2K, which is like okay odds. And then I figured he does that a lot with ace kings and sometimes like ace queens, and obviously sometimes like deuce sevens. And then just the fact that I was like on tilt, like I was like, fuck it, let's just do it, dude.
nice. I love all of those factors
Yeah,
right there.
I feel you on
Didn't
that.
even think about the 7 deuce myself, and I do think that is an important factor as well. And one thing that we noticed was the shove came in really fast.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, did that play into your mind at all?
Well, I think like one of the other times, like when I like 4-bet 7 deuce and he like 5-bet aces, I was like, he's probably not gonna do that again, just in case I have 7 deuce again. So like, I just felt like he didn't have, or it was unlikely he had like aces, kings, queens.
That's exactly what we were thinking. We're like, he might, and especially with the 2 cold callers behind him, we thought he might think for a little bit. Maybe he'd even consider just calling with like aces and letting those guys come in, you know, since this pot's going to be huge anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, how bad would it have been compared to how you're feeling right now if you had a folded there and got shown a 5?
Oh.
Oh, that would be agony.
Probably, if I either lost that hand or if I like got shown like a really bad bluff, I would just left, dude.
Oh, brutal, dude. Yeah,
it did look like you were feeling a little bit of frustration.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we saw a little body language going, and you said that played into the call a little bit, but now you got to be feeling much better. You got 30 minutes left here, and this game is off the chain.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Okay, well,
right,
keep
we'll let you
spinning
get
it
back
up.
there.
No doubt. Good luck out there.
Thank you guys.
All right.
See ya.
Good luck. That was Mr. Tricky Fish joining us in the booth after that tough call there, versing a 5-bet. And yeah, you heard his reasoning. Can't really say much more. Looks like we have 60 likes on the stream so far.
Let's go.
Make sure you guys keep hitting that like button and running it up. We've had some absolutely great interactions with all of you tonight. Great stream, tons of action. Look at all these 4K stacks.
No doubt, dude. This has been an awesome
just to
one.
keep you guys updated, this is a 1,500 cap game. A 1,500 cap game.
And we've only been playing for just over 3 hours.
Look at the money that is on this table. It is a 1,500 cap game.
And we got about 30 minutes left with you guys tonight. We really appreciated all of you joining us. We've been up around or over 100 viewers for the last little bit here, which is a great accomplishment. Also crossed that 1,000 subscriber count earlier. Another great accomplishment. Got some new graphics on the stream tonight. Got a great lineup on the stream tonight. Big success overall.
Tons of familiar faces, some new ones. I think we have a very eclectic group.
Oh yeah, this is a good group right here. And I have a feeling we're going to continue to see repeats from a lot of these guys.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So if you're liking what you're seeing, guys, come back here every Sunday. We fire off at 6 p.m. This is Poker House of Dallas on Poker House of Dallas Live with Next Gen Poker. Next week, the boys are actually going to be playing Max Payne Monday at Hustler Casino. So they're going to be out of town on Sunday and won't be able to join us. But then they will be back the next weekend, and we're going to have everybody with us. That's Frankie, Rosie, and Jello. All three absolute crushers. All three great guys. Rosie and Jello are just out traveling for the holidays, so hope y'all are having a good time. We look forward to your return.
Always a joy to commentate over these players.
No doubt.
No shortage of action. No shortage of savage plays. Fits the bill quite nicely.
And Nick makes like a nice little small value bet here on the flop and does get looked up super light by Regis, who thinks he is drawing to backdoor clubs, but that would actually be a disaster for him.
Oh, yes, it would be. Also is going to get looked up by the gut shot of Gerard.
And that small price does give these guys a chance to take one off and potentially improve to beat you.
That one's not going to do it.
No, not at all, and wouldn't be surprised if this hand ends right here.
Looks like a healthy size. That'll be the end of this.
Yep, Gerard lets it go. I think if Gerard was another player, maybe some of these players we have in this game right here, we'd be seeing a river card. But shows good discipline, just lays it down. And Nick scoops a decent little pot right there.
We have Dan Simone in the chat trolling me. Can you believe it?
Uh-oh. Gotta see this. Love Dan. Also a reg around these parts and really nice guy. Good to play with.
Oh, man.
Love the trolling.
Love it.
I think that could be like an element of Savage Sundays too, is us getting trolled by the chat.
I would like that. I'd like that very much.
Yeah, I have to say that's...
We need to get Dan in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Dan's also mentioned being in the booth sometimes, so...
Sure.
Maybe at the least we could have him come in and do like a little guest commentary.
I'd love it. Open invitation, Dan.
5 raises to 20. 6 call, 7 call, 8 fold, 9 call, 1 call. 5
later. Another 5-way pot here. No surprises there.
As the usual.
Having a little glitchy graphics. Let's see if these will catch up. It's probably tough on the graphics when you got 5 or 6 players in every hand.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like terrible for Eddie. Oh, we're already on a flop. Okay. Are we on a turn? No, we're not. Okay. We're caught up here. Regis with an open ender. Tricky. Oh, Regis wins it. Okay. It's hard to keep up.
Regis wins it.
That's all we need to know.
That's all we've been saying tonight.
Regis wins it. As he does. Look at him stacking those chips. Must be getting tired.
Oh, and I was waiting to see this. Check out these V-pips, guys. We've got over half the table V-pipping over 45%.
I mean, just think of the dynamic it creates when you have 2 guys right next to each other V-pipping 75%.
Oh, yeah.
That is insane to play in a dynamic like that. It changes everything.
For sure, and especially when both of the guys are very capable, aggressive players. And it's not just 2 guys that are limp calling 75%. They are putting in the raises and re-raises. And, yeah, we've seen Woodley in past episodes make so many crafty plays. And then we've seen Nick 6 tonight make a couple of epic bluffs, show off some epic speech play.
Oh, and he picks up a real hand here.
Oh, yeah. Woodley just limps for 5, and Regis picks up the same hand. So we might see another battle. We saw earlier tonight 2 ace-kings go at it, and one of them ended up bluffing the other one off. Now we've got Nick 6 and Regis with the king-queen suited. And we've got Woodley limping and then cold calling with 7-4. There's a queen on board.
Bam.
Woodley's got some backdoor draws. Is he going to try and hang on for one? Probably depends on how much it costs. And
is Regis about to lead in? Yes, he is. And he's getting free rolled.
Regis 3-bet, actually.
Oh, Regis 3-bet. I missed that. I'm sorry.
You're good. So he's going to continue.
It looks like he bet huge, and it looks like Nick is free rolling him here. He's all in.
Bang, bang. And I bet Regis is going to call this off. And
he's getting free rolled.
In all likelihood, we're going to see a chop pot. He is getting free rolled to the backdoor spades.
3% free roll.
Mm-hmm.
It would be actually really sick if it came in.
Regis hasn't snap called. He's thinking about it. It was a bet for 250, and Nick's got about 1.1K. So, you know, I mean, his price is pretty good. His hand is pretty good. I'd be very surprised to see him fold.
I see the camera hasn't changed yet, but that is because we didn't get the graphics into Nick shoving yet.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. We get to see Nick with his poker face on here.
Looks like he has his eyes closed. He did.
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
He's so confident he's winning this hand that he just went to sleep.
Yeah, he's in the zen and
took a nap.
I think when Regis tanks like this, Nick is thinking he's got the best hand. Probably going to be pretty disappointed, actually, when Regis shows him that they got the same hand. And Regis is still thinking about it. Is he actually considering just laying this down?
I mean, it's not the easiest call in the world, but it's probably putting on Nick on like a Jack 7 type of hand. But the chips are coming out. But they did come out last time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think Regis is totally within his rights to think this one through. If I was in his spot, I would also be thinking it through. But I'm just surprised to not see him put it in a little quicker there. He does finally make the call.
Saying, if you got a set, you got a set.
Mm-hmm.
Twice. Come on. We always run it twice.
Regis says once. Oh, boy. Nick's asking for twice. Regis says once.
King, queen. Same hand.
Taking around at 15, you're free rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I had spades, so I had a better draw. That was one of the only reasons I shoved. Because I thought he hit his queen, but, you know, I didn't know if he had two pair, but I thought I'd give it a shot.
Nick giving you a little insight into his thought process there. Tried to convince Regis to run it twice, and Regis says, no, sir. This is
Savage Sunday.
Savage Sunday. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm trying to get my wife a heart attack.
Oh, she watching?
Saw that y'all had the same hand.
Well, I know she did, but she probably, she still gets nervous. But I know she's also saw that thing.
Ah, Jay, always the voice of logic.
What did he say?
He said, well, she could see both your hands. She knew you had both of the same hands, so she probably wasn't nervous at all. It's like, all right, Jay. Frankie lamenting his luck a little bit.
Oh, the fam's tuning in.
The fam.
The fam.
Hey, Frankie's fam.
Hello, Frankie's fam. Heard so much about you guys. Heard it was a excellent Thanksgiving break. Heard Mom was even saying Frankie could take a little trip to play some cards on Thanksgiving break.
Yeah, I heard that as well. Tough night tonight, but we bounce back.
No doubt. And we still got 20 minutes left here, and anything can happen, dude. He could easily triple up in one of these pots and be unstuck immediately. And as we see, he's got the ace and the queen. What's he going to decide to do? So...
Oh, he's putting the raise in. He's like, I got a good hand, and you're going to pay to see a flop.
Yeah, and I was trying to work out what the action was there. Are we getting a knock right there?
Not sure.
6 call. 1 flip. 7 call.
Guess not.
We have some ghosts in Poker House, Dallas. Come on down, see the attractions.
All right, guys, so Frankie is going to come in. I'm not sure who raised. It looked like the graphics were lagging a little bit, but he's going to 3-bet to 150 with the ace-queen. Woodley cold calls, Nick 6 cold calls, Regis calls. Oh, boy, and Frankie gets out-flopped again.
We have Nick's wife, Heather, in the chat saying that she was not nervous for him.
Not nervous confirmed.
Not nervous confirmed. Unfortunate for Frankie.
Yeah, it is. Woodley's got a king here.
Can't seem to catch a break. Doesn't seem like he's going to lose too much money on this flop, but...
I don't know, dude. It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, he has a pretty good hand, and it's a great board for his range. I could totally see him continuing here.
Yeah. I don't think he'll bet 2 streets, though.
No, probably not, but we're already in for 125, and I bet we're going to bet somewhere in the 2 to 250 range. So just another $400.
Yeah.
Woodley's going to call.
200.
Curious if Nick will try and peel once here.
I think he will. Getting a price like that to own somebody's soul with a 6 turns up on
he loves owning people's souls.
He
dude.
lives for it, man. He's in there. Oh, man, if we were to see a 6.
Or a 3. Yeah. Or an ace. Or queen. Any of these could be action cards.
And instead we get a 4.
We get a brick. The old brickaroo. Building a house. And now Frankie, who gets called 2 ways, probably has no idea where he's at. He probably thinks he could still have the best hand.
I think it'll likely go check, Woodley bet. Oh, this is going to bet again. Well, I mean, I don't blame him for if he decides to bet again here, honestly, but he does check.
Checks.
I think Woodley's probably going to bet, and then both players will fold.
Yeah, and I wonder how that's going to play into Frankie's head right there. I mean, into Woodley's head, I'm sorry, with Frankie pulling the chips out, counting them down, and
gives him a free card.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's part of it.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's a really bad card.
Yeek.
That's a really bad card.
Yes, it is, and now there's a really good chance Frankie's going to go for value.
It was a club on the end, but still.
Oh, he checks, okay.
I think he's checking to call.
Yeah, I would guess so.
That was such a bad card.
But he gave himself a chance to potentially get away from
yeah,
this.
he bets real small.
Yeah, he's not folding for that.
Imagine Nick gets away from it.
Yeah, good fold by Nick right there. Took his cards off, got to see a free river. Had a chance to win. And
what do you think about Woodley's sizing here? It's almost seemed like he just knows that Frankie doesn't like his hand, and he's just like, I'm going to make you call me
Woodley
here.
always knows.
I'm going to make you call me.
Frankie, tosses it in the muck.
That's just a really rough river card to see for Frankie there.
Yeah, and I think that sizing was perfect.
Woodley now at 5.8K.
Wow, dude, that happened so sneaky fast.
It's unbelievable.
It seems like Woodley always just kind of starts, not inconspicuously, right? He's playing a lot of hands, but it's just like over the course of the session, he just accumulates all the chips like a vacuum cleaner.
He does that very well on stream. Like, it seems like every stream he plays on, he's just racking it up.
Unbelievable. And ouchie, poor Frankie taking another beat right there. It's been a rough night for the next gen boy. Looks like he's getting some more chippies. Again, this game is big. Anything can happen. We've got another 15 minutes or so with you guys, maybe 20 minutes. And any pot can be the one to help you get unstuck. But we are running out of time. Did they discuss playing after the stream, John?
Yes, and they are not going to.
They're not going to. Okay.
Not tonight. Normally we do keep the game going, and sometimes I hop in afterwards, but tonight is not one of those nights. And isn't that just the worst feeling when you're stuck piles and the stream is ending, the game is breaking? It's unfortunate.
For sure. Also feels a little sad when you're Du Bois and you've run into it tonight, and then you finally get your ace-king suited.
And there's no straddles.
There's no straddles, exactly. You just got to raise to 20 bucks and try and get it back the hard way. You know Frankie's going to be in there. Jay's in there. Okay, we got a 5-way pot, so Du Bois does have a chance. He's got the best hand, but you can see those equities all run so close together when you got 5 players in the hand.
Yes.
He's only got a 26% chance to win.
He does have more than his fair share. I mean,
he does, which makes a difference in the long run. Big difference. Yeah. But in the short run, it can make it feel like there is a ton of variance. And, okay, that turn card's not correct there, guys.
There are not 2 10 of spades in the deck.
No, we're on the flop right now. And Frankie does flop the nut flush draw.
That he does, with an open-ender.
Uh-huh.
Monster flop for Frankie here. Does not want to see a jack, though, unless it's the jack of spades, of course.
Yeah, and it seems like he checked and then Jay bet. And then Du Bois is going to call.
Interesting to see the Du Bois call here. Probably some frustration creeping in where he just... Oh, he does have a backdoor flush draw, but it's just like so many ways. This just feels like the type of spot where you just pitch this ace-king and...
Yeah, no doubt.
Move on.
No doubt. I think he's probably a little frustrated and feeling like this is the best hand he's seen all night. Can I really just fold on the flop?
Yeah.
And now Frankie.
Thinking whether he wants to raise or not here.
I mean, how much money is out there? We've got 60 and then 2 calls or 3 calls? Probably 2 calls.
Yeah, a little bit of a glitch from the graphics.
Or maybe just 1 call.
It might be just 1 call.
Yeah, 60 and 60, and there's 100, so there's about 220 out there. Frankie's got 1,500 in his stack.
And a raise probably take it down, but
yeah,
he's just going to call. And what is that turn card going to be? Looks like they're trying to fix the fact that the turn was messed up.
Yeah. There we go. And trying to get the pot right. So that's going to catch up. You can hear Eddie there in the background typing it in. So
we always appreciate Eddie. You know, hard job to sit here for 4 hours, entering all the action.
For sure.
Never going to be absolutely perfect. He's done a great job tonight.
And it looks like there was 2 calls, actually. As Nick 6 called with his gut shot.
We see a brick on the turn here. So once again, that 10 of spades is not actually the 10 of spades on the turn. It is the 5 of hearts. And Jay's going to keep blasting here with his 10. Actually pretty surprised to see that.
Fearless.
Just says, I have the best hand, and you're going to pay to see it. And he actually does have the best hand.
Yeah, this is one of the problems with not raising if you're Frankie, because you had a really good chance to win this hand, and then now when you break and then see a big bet on the turn...
You're still getting the price to call.
Yeah, I know, but it feels way worse than,
it does.
Than trying to push that equity on the flop.
Getting more than enough odds to call.
For sure, for sure. He's not going anywhere, and you still get to see all 5 cards, right?
Which doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, I mean, getting to see all 5 cards obviously has its own perks, but if you can add some fold equity to that equity that you already had, I mean, that makes all the difference in the world. You see Frankie has 37% equity, but if he found a raise somewhere along the way here, he could probably maximize that 37%.
So you actually see Nick calling here with a gut shot.
Wow.
And if Frankie were to raise here, he would get Jay to fold and actually win the pot. Obviously, he doesn't know that at this point. He's seen a big bet and a call, so he's just going to call.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for that.
For sure.
But isn't that interesting?
For sure. And I wonder what Frankie thinks that his range looks like to Jay. If he just check calls the flop and then check raises the turn, he might think that it looks kind of bluffy. Although it is a strong line, you don't see people check raise turns very often.
Especially not multi-way like
For
that.
sure. But you would think that with any like 2-pair plus hand that he would be raising on the flop a lot, trying to, you're going 4 ways. So, oh boy.
This is what he's been waiting for.
Oh, and Frankie.
And Nick rivers a top pair.
Yeah.
Oh, he checked it. He checked around.
Checks around, and Frankie disgustingly shows.
He's not happy about that one.
No, he's not.
What do you think about leading on the end? I mean, it just always feels like the problem with it is that it always is what it is, right? I mean, like, it's real tough to get called at that point.
No doubt.
When you're 3 ways to the river and now you're just like leading out, but
for sure,
I still think you got to lead small. I don't know. Because they're not going to bet. Like, they might check back even strong hands. That might. I don't know, but I mean, I fall into this.
I mean, a jack becomes a one-liner at that point. Do you think they're going to bet with a jack?
I don't know. I mean,
definitely would expect them to bet with a smaller flush, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and maybe a jack.
But I don't think they're betting anything worse than a jack. So
probably not. How much? I mean, how much are you going to have to bet to get called by those hands? And does it make up for the fact that you're going to be losing out whenever they have a smaller flush or a jack?
I think it's much more likely that they have like a 2-pair type of hand, or like,
a jack seems very plausible. That would have just been. It was 8, 9, 10. So
yeah, a jack is definitely plausible, but you can't be guaranteed that a jack is actually even going to bet on the end.
Yeah,
a lot of players
or
won't
call
bet.
a check raise.
Yeah, they're probably almost certainly not calling a check raise.
So you're pretty much only going to lose out if you lead into a smaller flush and they decide to just call whenever they might have bet and then call the check raise.
Yeah.
That's
pretty much the only downside to it. But at the other time, you're turning your hand face up. But like, it's the best option, I think. At the end of the day, I probably fall into that a lot as well, where I don't lead when I make my hand on the end, and the same thing happens. But it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you just got to do it and accept the fact that everyone knows what you have.
All right, so it looks like we have a $40 straddle on again. Tom and Regis both just limp. I'm a little bit surprised to see Regis not bump this one up with the pocket 10s. Oh, and then the boy who's looking for a spot to get involved, he gets the 7 deuce offsuit.
And he's not passing on that opportunity.
No, he's not, and he is unfortunately going to run into it here, as I don't think either one of these guys are going anywhere. Tom, maybe. Regis, no way.
I think Tom lets it go.
I do like the boy's sizing. I'm curious if he considered that sizing relative to his stack and if he's planning to, or has made plans, thinking about what kind of price he's going to get if it shoves and then it's back on him.
It would actually be an extremely close spot if someone shoved and it came back to him.
Yeah.
Because he almost is getting the odds, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to see how it...
Actually, I mean, he's probably
Tom
not.
folds and then Regis shoves.
He's probably not, but it's pretty close.
I mean, against their range, it would obviously be closer than if we knew that he had pocket 10s here.
Yeah. If he knew he had pocket 10s, it's a clear fold. But when you throw in some ace-kings and ace-queens, then it gets very, very close.
Yeah, and it'd be pretty tricky to even think about what Regis might call for 40 and then shove for 1,000 with.
Yeah. I mean, actually, at that point, I would feel like you're more likely to fold because I feel like that's a lot of like 8s and 9s type of thing.
And Tom's out of there.
Tom to fold there, but
is Regis going to rip it or is he going to call here? And
I think he's going to call.
If he just calls, he's going to give Du Bois one more chance. If this comes a good board for Du Bois' range, an Ace X, King X, or especially if there's 2 overcards.
Exactly. If Du Bois, I mean, he's counting out more chips than...
Yeah, he is.
I mean, if he does just call here and, like, the board comes even, like, Queen 7-3 or something like that, or, sorry, that would give him a pair. Queen 6-3 or something like that, he probably gets Regis to fold on the flop.
I don't know. That would be interesting. Looks like Regis played this one like an absolute wizard.
Is he going to min raise him?
Just limps for the 40. And now re-raises to 600.
Just min raises him.
Oh my
the
gosh.
The boy is in right now.
Agony.
Oh my, look at him. He's like, no.
Oh, that's painful.
That's the worst. Now you're just sitting there. I wonder if the stack sizes are right. It probably is.
Dude, Regis is such a legend. What a play. He knew exactly what to do every step of the way right here.
Wow.
Wow.
At this point, I think the boy is just thinking, I just want to get it in here and just get lucky at this point. Because things are not going well.
I mean...
Because, I mean, that's what's going through his head right now, because otherwise it would be a clear fold. But he's just thinking, like...
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just trying to think about the logic of... I mean, you don't really want to just call and have $300 left. He says, okay, I give up. Yikes. And you see Woodley kind of turn his head like, yikes, okay, bud.
That is always the worst spot, because at least if he jammed, you can sit there and be like, all right, well.
Yeah, exactly.
He just min-clicked you. Oh, yeah. Man.
You have to show the 7 deuce because you'd be embarrassed to fold anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
And what a play by Regis, who just over limps for 40 and then catches him on the back raise, pops him with the min 4-bet.
I've had sessions like the boy's having right now where it just seems like every play you make is just getting shoved in your face.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's one of the worst sessions ever. But, like, if I was in his spot with that exact situation, I would get tilted. I would get very tilted from that.
Yeah, and I have a feeling he's feeling that way right now.
It's really hard not to at that point.
And you see that $20 straddle is still on.
Looks like he's going to choose not to reload add-on up to 1,500, and I couldn't blame him. Stream's pretty much over. They're probably about to be done playing out there. Probably got a few more hands for you guys tonight.
And we got Tricky Fish coming in with the raise here. Pocket 10s from the low jack. And Regis is not going anywhere. He calls with the 8-7 offsuit and the hijack.
Got to get frisky for the end of the stream.
I'd say he's been pretty frisky the entirety of the stream.
But even more of a reason to at the end of the stream.
No doubt, no doubt.
6 calls, 7 calls.
The 4 deuce off.
The 4 deuce off.
Get in the mix. $20 straddle.
See a flop, boys.
How can you fold in the $20 straddle?
We got Rick there in the background. Another great dealer here at Poker House. Super friendly. Every time I see him, he says hi.
Great guy.
6 checks.
Okay, so Regis flops middle pair. Could that get him in some trouble?
I'd say a moderate amount of trouble. Like a Friday night level of trouble.
Yeah, Tricky Fish still has the best hand. And he does bet to protect it here. I like that play. It's a little scary when the other 3 players in the pot with you are Woodley, Nick 6, and Regis.
I think that after watching a few streams that he's been on and seeing these players play, at that point, you're just not even scared of the king. You know, like, yeah, they could have it, but they also just could not. Sure. Like, it's so obvious. It's so clear that they can have, like, a pocket 4s, a 5.
For sure,
you know,
for sure.
like, and they're not going to fold.
For sure, and I do like the play. I'm just saying, like, you don't expect them to be going anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. And he's got to feel pretty good now. I'm actually surprised to see him check that card. I think that's the type of card that I would probably put in another bet on and plan to check a lot of rivers. But that play is a lot easier when you're in position, so I don't mind the check.
Yeah.
He's going to face a bet. Regis probably thinks he has the best hand here.
Definitely.
There's no way Tricky Fish is folding to that.
No, he's going to call here, and then probably it's just going to go check on the end. And Regis's play is going to have worked, which was to control the action of the hand here and just check back the river.
It's like Regis took the exact same thing that I just said, but he used it for his own hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Which makes sense.
Perfect sense.
I've actually noticed that there are some players I've started playing with in either the 2-5 here or the TCH 2-5 where I will use this play a lot of times where I have a pair under the top card and I'll just bet big on the flop and turn because it doesn't matter and then I'll check back the river. And it seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah.
I like that play.
Yeah, I like that play too. Oh,
wow.
Wow, Evan.
Whoa.
So Regis was betting kind of for value there. I mean, maybe to get called by like a 6-7, backdoor diamonds or something like that.
Oh, I'm not going to let Evan live that one down.
Oh, yeah, that was brutal.
Evan has not been paying attention tonight.
Wowzers. Folds the 2 10s. Thought he would definitely peel once there and at least force.
He did
Regis
say
to
tight
bet on
fold.
the end. Yeah.
But that's a very tight fold.
Man, dude, and we've got Woodley and Regis over 5K, so.
Imagine having a 10K pot to end the stream.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking. You guys give us likes, thumbs up for a 10K pot here to end the stream.
Interesting that they're changing dealers.
Oh, you know what, John? We've got another 15 minutes.
We do. They don't.
Yeah. I totally forgot that the live clock there is from whenever we started the stream, not from when they started playing.
Yeah. Still got a few more hands. And Threa says, what the bleep? What is going on? And we have the response, Regis is going on. Hashtag end boss.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to, we're not going to let Evan live that one down in our group chat.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, we're not going to let him get away from that. He may get away from the 10s, but he's not going to get away from me.
And he called with those 2 10s earlier, too. That would have been just the, what do you call it, the cherry on cherry on top. Yep. That would have been the cherry on top to just go back-to-back huge pots with the 10s.
Hey, this is a Chiefs one today, right? 55. We did. Call. How are you, bro? Good soccer today. Watching soccer.
You can just hear it in Frankie's voice.
He's just trying to keep up, you know.
Yeah, that's not going well. And there was some good soccer on today. For those of you that are into soccer.
Oh, man.
6, 7, and 8 calls. Plays tomorrow. 1 calls. I think they play Tuesday. Yeah, I think so.
Just kidding, Frankie.
Athrea says, I think I saw Regis sit at a 10K heads-up table on Stars last night. Not sure why people are trying to get involved with such a crusher.
Actions on 6. Wait, you wear much bigger spots? I don't realize more athletes than I thought they were. Okay. They compete.
So Tom, who has actually the worst actual hand here, does flop a flush draw.
And the most equity.
Second most equity. It looks like Woodley. I don't beat there, but definitely competitive equity. And he bricks on the turn, and that's going to give Woodley more of a lockdown on this hand.
6 to 75.
And he's going to bet that equity.
Call. 7 calls. Fold. 1, 2 players. Actions on 6. Check.
And Nick had ideas.
He didn't need it, but he rivered top pair on the end.
Yeah, he might have needed it because I think Nick had ideas right there. And if he had a bricked and check, I could see Nick shoving for about a pot-sized bet and probably getting Woodley off of it.
The stack sizes are wrong.
Are they?
Yeah. He's got about 800 over there.
Nick does?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Those green chips aren't his.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got 5 stacks of red and a little bit of green.
Okay. Fair enough.
Actions on 8. That's not a straddle. That's the button. It's just 5. We're not going to. It is just a call. That's a tip. 9.
We got Tom mistaking the dealer tip on the button for a straddle. Who could blame him? What hand isn't straddled?
Yeah, and if you see that money on the button, that is on there just as like a little mini game for the dealer. So if whoever is the button wins the hand, the dealer wins the money on the button. Pretty sweet little deal for them.
Same 4 players. Round 2. Yep.
Rick says round 2. Same players.
Flops the queen for Regis and for Tom.
2 pair for Tom.
2 pair for Tom.
Oh yeah, top 2.
He's got a pretty good lock on this hand.
Yeah, and Woodley's got a little piece.
Woodley needs running straight cards or a 6.
Yeah. But you never know when Woodley will put money, and he does. He puts in a $75 bet to take the lead. And Nick
I'm actually
6.
pretty surprised that Tom doesn't have more equity here. Oh, it's because Regis has a heart. No, it shouldn't even. No, it's surprising.
1.
And I don't know if Woodley's going to continue. Tom has been pretty quiet tonight.
Yep, and he wisely lays it down.
He's going to play the player there.
For sure, and that's something that Woodley's great at. I see him again and again where he will continue against the players that he should and just know to get away against the ones that he should.
We have a discussion about button straddles popping off in the chat. Kai says the button straddle gives the hardest positions to play an even harder time. # eliminate button straddle. I'm with you. Eliminate the button straddle. A lot of times when we play 2-5 out there, we just make a rule. We just say we're not button straddling.
No doubt, dude. I'm 100% on board with you there. I like the under the gun straddling. Don't do it that much myself unless it's being encouraged by the entire table to kind of make the gameplay bigger.
Yeah, if everyone's doing it, it's almost a disadvantage to not to. If everyone else is doing it.
Under the gun straddle?
No. I'm talking about the button straddle. Still. The under the gun straddle is perfectly okay. That's fine.
Under the gun straddle is great for the game. It's not great for your personal win rate.
Yeah, perfect.
But it's great for the game.
So, like, if we can get a round of straddles going, no problem. But I'm not going to be the one guy at the table putting on the under the gun straddle.
For sure. And the button straddle is probably pretty good for your win rate. I'm actually not really sure how profitable it is, but can't be that bad. And it is not very good for the game, though, in my opinion.
I think it's very bad for the game.
All right, dude. We've got Frankie getting involved again here. And Du Bois has the ace-queen. He's got a $600 stack. He's been super, super active. I don't know how many of those showdowns Frankie has seen.
But Frankie has a lot of experience with Du Bois here. And I just know how he's feeling with the ace-jack here right now. It's like, oh, my gosh.
I'm sure he is. Do you think he's going to get away from it?
Yeah, I do.
I think so too, and
I think he's going to, but it's just like, oh my goodness, like it's so close, like nothing's going his way tonight.
For sure. And you see Woodley's actually thinking about this right here with the pocket threes. Nick 6 folds out a turn. That is still Woodley there with 2 cards, and he's thinking it through. He knows Du Bois has been super active. He's got a 6K stack, and he's in there.
Wow.
Wow. And now Frankie's definitely going to fold.
Well, yeah, that he just saved Frankie a lot of money on maybe Frankie folds anyway, but
yeah.
I can't believe he called.
He calls, dude.
Because there are so many people behind him.
Yeah.
Frankie was still left to act. Like, what if Frankie just rips it? He has to call almost. Frankie didn't have that much. Oh, no, he's got a good amount. Never mind. Oh, if Frankie would have flopped such. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So Woodley takes down the first one. The boy's going to need an ace or a queen here. And there's an ace. Feels like you see these chopped almost every time.
Put a 3 out there. That would be so sick.
Oh, yes it would. And these guys got to show these down, so I'm wondering how these other players perceive it when they see Woodley show down pocket threes after cold calling for 600.
It's insane. Woodley's the guy, man. I love watching Woodley play.
Yeah, and it feels like you see those chopped almost every time.
Threya's making buddies in the chat. He's good at that.
Nice.
He's already planning trips to the club.
You know how good it's going to be when he calls 6 on a 9. Aces, kings, ace, king, ace, queen, jacks, 10s.
All right, we got a last couple hands.
I wouldn't have guessed that Threya was a club kind of guy.
Oh, he's
a clubber?
He's a clubber.
Does he like chasing ladies?
I prefer not to comment in a public forum on that, but
yeah, I thought that's why guys went to the club.
Yeah, we all have to talk to him on his intentions in going to the club.
Gotta get a Threya in the booth for a little clubbing talk.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be down for it. I don't want to speak on that. Oh, Jay's relaying the story of the time he got kings to fold.
What did he have?
Ace queen offsuit it for a bluff or something like that. And then he got snapped by like 10s and lost.
In the same hand? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
I don't remember. I think it was 10s or something. He tells the story to everybody though. I've heard it like 6 times.
Beautiful board texture here. 5, 6, 7, all suited.
Wow, that's a pretty sight.
It is, but no one really has much. A couple of single pair hands. Gut shot for Tricky Fish. He's out of there though. Okay, and Nick 6 is making a light float. I mean, if he's going to make a move at it, this is a pretty good card. It brings a one-liner. And remember, he got Woodley to fold on a one-liner board earlier.
There's already a dynamic going between them, but I think that... Oh, he might try to bluff this card. There's no way he thinks that he has enough showdown value here.
Oh, and he just
gives
checks.
it up.
Man, a bet would have got that one done, I think.
There's just too many hands that Woodley can have that will call there. Really tough.
I mean, Woodley checks on the turn and the river.
Yeah, but I think
A
there's a lot
one-liner
of like...
and a flushing board.
There's a lot of like low clubs there that...
You could definitely have it.
Yeah.
But it still seems like a fun place to think about it. I mean, you've only got ace high and...
Yeah. Nick calling out Jay for not getting into any pots with him.
Love it. Nick has been great for the table talk
Yeah.
/ trash talking.
I'm thoroughly enjoying watching Nick play.
Oh, yeah. Showing those bluffs down. Had a couple of good ones last week and this week also. Hasn't really gone his way tonight, but that's part of what comes with it whenever you're playing a lot of hands and being super active, doing a lot of bluffing, is it goes really well for a while, and then you'll run into the bad side of it several times in a row as well.
Gerard's been pretty quiet this whole stream.
He has been.
But finds a hand to play.
Yes, he does.
Tricky fish with my favorite hand.
Oh, yeah.
In his head, he's probably like, shout out to Knock. He knows very well it's my favorite hand. He's going to try to do justice for it. And I have to say, I'm rooting for him.
He's got an uphill battle here, 16% equity, but...
It never fails that you hit what you need to hit.
Okay.
Queen 10-8 flop.
A bold statement.
Queen 10-8 flop would be brutal.
Whoa!
Oh
my gosh, are you kidding me?
It never misses.
Wow. What a call from the booth.
What a call from the booth. Oh, man. Justice.
Oh, my gosh.
Justice.
And Nick
for the
6
10-8.
has an 8. Woodley's got an open-ender. Gerard's got an overpair. This is just juicy.
This is like the last hand of the stream.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Oh, my goodness. And Gerard just gets stacked on the last hand of the stream. I don't think he's going to get stacked. I think he gets away from it at some point.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I mean...
he bet 200, though.
When
there.
he
bet pot.
Yeah, but he's got 1.6K, and we've got two players with an 8.
Woodley's calling, and Nick's going all in. Tricky Fish has 10-8.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Tricky
my
Fish is like,
goodness.
what a dream situation.
He's waited all night for this spot, and he's going to win a massive, massive pot here.
And you see, Gerard still has 12%.
I would imagine Tricky Fish will do nothing but just call here, given the fact that there is a flush draw and straight draw out there. And if one player were to hit their flush or straight, then they'd be willing to put all of their money in.
Yeah, and if Gerard decides to continue, then he would be the only one who really has a chance.
He actually is the only person who has a chance here. Woodley could go runner, straight flush, but that's about it.
Yeah, right.
And it says that, Nick could chop.
Yeah.
1% to chop. Wisely just calls.
His number was 660.
So the stack is wrong. Regis folds. How did he get away from that one? And Gerard just gets away from it.
Wow, snap folds.
Smart fold.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, you're definitely not good, but
For sure.
Sometimes it's hard to lay it down.
And now Tricky Fish has this hand on lockdown.
Literally cannot lose the hand. Like, imagine
that one crazy scenario you said.
Yeah.
There's about 3 outs for Woodley to have any outs, which would give him 1 out.
That's insane.
And that just call.
I mean, the 7 of hearts would be an insane card to see. Like, insane card. Because that would get Woodley to put in a very large amount of chips.
For sure. And the fact that Tricky Fish just calls also keeps Woodley in this pot.
It's just tough. Like, if I'm Woodley here, I'm just like, gosh, facing this action, like, what if I'm dead?
For sure. I mean, you know Evan's call is super strong.
Super strong.
But
he didn't have any money in there. Oh,
wow.
Man, he's not happy about that.
Yeah, he's not at all. And
oh, wait, no. I mean, I don't know why for some reason I thought that made him chop. He's not chopping. He's still winning.
Yeah, he's still going to win.
Yeah, I don't know why. For a second in my head, I thought he was chopping. But it just lets Woodley get away from that.
Yeah. Unneeded.
He's actually drawing
unnecessary.
good.
And if somebody...
And that's the Jack of Hearts.
Wow.
Wow. Nice little pot there for Tricky Fish.
No doubt.
And just like that, Tricky Fish's night goes from frustrating to a very big win.
Yeah, dude. He's all of a sudden...
he's the
oh,
biggest
my
winner.
gosh. Biggest winner. He's up to $3,000. We just had him in the booth a few minutes ago where he told us he was feeling tilted
Well, he
right
was tilted
that
before
previous hand.
before the
yeah,
tens
right,
hand.
exactly.
Makes the right call with the tens, and then just last hand of the stream just wins a big one like that.
Wow, dude.
And now he's the biggest winner. We were just talking about this today, how quickly things can turn around for you. So why ever get tilted?
So
Literally
epic
can
right
turn
there.
around so quickly.
And what's happening here? Are we about to get some more hands? A little bonus time?
And what did I say? 10-8 suited, man. You don't miss. It's the best hand. It's just the best hand.
I mean, I can't argue with you after seeing that.
I mean, I literally told you.
What a crazy, crazy flop right there. And I think Nick 6 is just done. He says, okay, GG, guys. Oh, his jacket's still here. Maybe he's coming back.
It's just like there's no time left. Unless we're going overtime. That would be news to me, though.
Okay, looks like just got confirmation that Nick is out. GG, Nick. Tough week for you. Sorry, bud. Hope to have you back, though. You are a lot of fun to watch and play with. Oh, and he is not out. He is back in action, dude. Back in action. Are they still playing? It looks like they are still playing.
Two folds, two ways.
And we just got confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, that we have another bonus 15 minutes to bring you guys.
No doubt. Thank you, buddy. Excuse me.
I need that.
And now we've got another pot brewing as Regis has flopped 2 pair. He's up against Woodley, who's got an overpair. You know Woodley's not going anywhere right now. There are 3 hearts on the board, which is, of course, going to be a bit of an action killer for Regis, but not going to stop him from betting once and not going to stop him from betting twice as he swoops in with a $350 turn bet. And it looks like Woodley lays it down. Great fold right there. Very wise. Could have easily gotten sticky and hoped that Regis had some kind of ace of hearts hand. But he sniffs it out again, lays it down. And we'll move on to the next one.
Did Regis show that? He won with 7 deuce.
It's got to be offsuit.
Oh, I thought it was offsuit.
2 clubs.
No.
2 clubs right there. So we now have 3 players up over that 5K mark, guys, which means that there's a real possibility for a 10K pot to pop off here. We've got Nick back in the mix with 1,500 again. And we have kept the same lineup throughout tonight. Haven't lost a single player. Who would want to quit this game? The boy's got a pair. Is he going to come in aggressively? Or just limp? It's going to come in somewhere in between.
We kind of have the perfect lineup tonight of people that are good action and who will keep reloading. Sometimes you get people that are good action but didn't bring enough bullets.
No, they got 1 bullet with them.
But this lineup, they're here to fire.
Well, as a viewer said earlier, Regis is wearing the Ferrari jacket. Always a sign of a guy that has multiple bullets.
Regis has bullets. And if he runs out of bullets, he's got an ATM.
He's got bullets on bullets. So Nick 6, who just got back in the action, he immediately flops a flush draw. And you see he's got about 50% of the equity there with 10 high. And
he's got the best hand.
Easy peasy, takes it down.
Always good to win a pot with those brand new chips.
You can see he's a little frustrated. That enthusiasm might be down just a little bit. You get close to the end of the night here and see your opportunities for getting unstuck slipping away from you.
I mean, that's gotta suck. You get unstuck, you flop trips. Guy flops a boat, flops you dead. Just,
Dead.
Oh, man.
Dead in the water.
I mean, the 10 even paired. So now he thinks that, like, if Tricky Fish had an 8, now he chops.
Yeah.
And it was just brutal.
Brutal.
Little comments on Regis having bullets. Kai says Regis is a bullet. Athrea says Regis is the gun.
Nice, I like that one.
I like it a lot too. Regis is the gun.
Still waiting for confirmation from Athrea about the shenanigans at the club.
Can you confirm or deny, Athrea, what shenanigans you be getting into at the club? What is your... That's like I'm a concerned father. Like you're dating my daughter or something, and I've got to ask you, what are your intentions? That's kind of how I feel right now.
Would you let Athrea date your daughter?
Not a chance. I don't even think I could be bribed to let Athrea date my daughter. Jay could date my daughter.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Jay frustrated there. He's got to fold his suited ace as we see Frankie coming in. Oh, no. Dude, it's been such a night for Frankie.
Oh, this is actually, like, comical. Like, every time he wakes up with a hand.
Wow.
And I don't think he's getting away from this one.
No, he 3-bets the ace-queen to 175, and Du Bois only got about 630 left.
But even hearing those words there when you got the ace-queen suited, it's just like...
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Come on.
Like...
Seriously? And you probably know that with his stack size, it's less likely to be a bluff here. Doesn't look like he's got much fold equity, so...
He's just hoping it's jacks or tens. But it looks like Nick is going to... We don't know... Nick's got jack 6 suited. It looks like he's going to get in there.
It's going to be really interesting to see what Frankie does then, if he just wants to call or reshove or potentially...
My goodness. It's the end of the night.
Yeah, I would kind of expect Frankie to just shove it in here.
I mean, we see crazy things, but we don't see crazy things like this.
Yeah, dude, and look at this. Because Frankie and Du Bois are sharing cards and Regis has one of their outs as well, Nick 6 actually has the equity advantage. Well, now that Regis folds, he becomes a slight dog, but Nick had the pretty healthy advantage there before Regis left the pot.
He actually has more equity than Frankie does.
Yeah.
How sick is this?
For sure, and he's only got 9 back and already put 6 out there, so if Frankie reshoves, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nick think, well, I've got my own lane. If I hit one of my cards, then maybe they're good.
Well, I think that in the side pot that they'll have, yeah, Frankie's going to put it in there. In the side pot, Frankie's ahead.
He calls. He's in there. Okay, guys, this is a big one here at the end of the night. Holy cow.
My goodness.
Popping off. Hope you haven't left yet. We're still up around 100 viewers. And
if Frankie loses to the Jack 6 of clubs here, it's just going to be the end of it.
oh, boy.
This is just, like, I almost can't even watch.
Very wild to see these equities. And
Like Frankie is not the Jack 6.
Frankie needs to see a queen. Nick 6 needs to see a jack high board or a 6x board with no ace, king, or queen on it.
We have a lot of people reverse sweating Frankie in the chat here.
Do we?
Well, just one person.
Tiny. Poor Frankie.
Poor Frankie.
Poor Frankie. If Frankie wins the side pot, he'll escape.
Why don't we see some
Be
hearts
fine.
here? Well, let's just see some hearts here for Frankie. He's had a rough night. This pot wouldn't even get him even. Even if he wins the whole thing. Let's just let him hit some hearts here. Then again...
You see Frankie's up from the table. He's not even watching.
It would be pretty baller for Nick 6 here to rebuy his 1500, put it all on the line with Jack 6 and just win.
Oh, yeah.
It would be
Just
pretty
give it a
insane.
3.8K pot. And here we go.
It's a king.
There's a king in the window, guys.
It's
Two clubs.
And a heart.
Oh, my gosh. And Frankie's almost
Unbelievable.
dead.
And that's it.
We need a club for
dead.
Nick 6.
I'm almost like,
Oh,
my goodness.
My gosh, it was black. I thought it was a
So
club.
Frankie is going to scoop the side pot.
Oh, and Nick says he felt the clubs coming. He was right about 2 of them. He must have been so stoked when he saw that. Thinking, oh yeah, intuition was spot on. Ah, frustrating right there for Nick. And Frankie, who wins the side pot, actually is a small winner in the hand. And Da Boy wins a big one. That was a triple up for the boy, right?
It was a triple up for the boy, and Frankie's going to scoop the side pot.
Yeah, looks like our graphics are off a little bit. I think the boy probably up to around 2K now.
Yeah, the graphics are definitely off here. The boy got a full triple up, and Frankie scooped about a $1,600 side pot. So Frankie won about $100 on the hand there. It is going to drastically mess up our stack sizes, but yeah.
Man. Kai says he thought it was a club too. Oh my gosh, I was so sure. What a sweat. We've had so many great sweats tonight.
That was like a Hail Mary from Nick there.
There he says. Sometimes you gotta do that to get back to even.
That's true. It's funny that he actually had like a pretty good amount of equity there.
Yeah, wild how that worked. Before Regis folded, Nick had like 45%, and the other 2 guys, the Ace King and Ace Queen, both were in the 30s.
The button is in 3. Action should be on 8. 8 and 9 fold.
Tricky fish coloring up. It's got to be that one guy with the 1K chip.
60 and C3. Let me win this hand so I can give Rick 4 and 5. Let me have 4 and 5. 7.
The 10-8 suit. He's not losing.
Actions on 7.
He's not losing. He's not losing this hand.
He does see a beautiful 9 of clubs there.
What a card to see.
And Jay's going to see bet.
What do you think the chances are Nick folds the flop?
Not good. I mean, this is obviously a great c-betting board in general. I would be doing a lot less c-betting right now. I know Nick's not going anywhere with almost anything.
Turns the 8. I told you he's not losing
Oh
this
boy.
hand.
And Jay turns a gut shot.
I expect a big bet here from... Oh, never mind, because Nick is going to lead out for a pretty sizable bet here. And that's going to be the end of the hand. Unless Jay decides to become suicidal.
Gives him a little float. I mean, it's not horrible. He's got a gut shot and can represent some strong hands on this board. It's a brick, and we'll have to see if Nick checks that. Nope, he doesn't. He's going to lead again. But I was thinking if he checks, then this would be the spot where Jay's kind of got to go for it. You kind of feel obligated when you float on the turn to bluff this river.
I think that's probably why I wouldn't float the turn.
And now he just lets it go. Maybe wishing he had the $125 back. And nice for Nick, who says he had a busted flush draw. Kind of a half lie.
Jay with some pretty good awareness there.
No doubt. And we're up over 4.5 hours of live stream, guys.
It looks like Frankie's trying to instigate a flip at the end, saying how much, and he said as much as you guys are comfortable doing.
Oh my gosh. Frankie trying to get unstuck in the flip world.
Frankie is a pro flipper.
Yeah, I actually saw Frankie do like a 4K flip one time.
I know. I was actually in Texas Card House when that happened. I think it was
sick.
I forgot who it was against, but it's pretty insane.
Pretty fun reputation to have too, to be the guy who's not afraid to flip for anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not that guy, but I can understand that.
I'm not that guy either.
I can understand that it's like neutral EV, but like
for sure.
I mean,
in Frankie's situation, he had won the money already, so he sort of felt like he was free rolling.
yeah, and it almost feels kind of bad to beat a guy in 2 flips and then be like, yeah, no.
Yeah. But if you allow him to continue doubling it indefinitely, then
he'll always get it back.
Okay, let's do it for 100,000. Like, okay,
All right.
you're gonna win one eventually.
And then I think I would have to hard stop it at the 8K mark. When you win 1K, 2K, and then you're doing 4K, I think you got to cut it off.
Gotta cut it.
Yeah. Because if you lost that 4K flip, you'd be down 1,000 technically. Yeah, so that's got to be the end of it.
So we got Jay opening here from the cutoff with the Jack 7 suited and gets 4 callers. All these guys are out of position to him. Kind of a bricky board. Only Du Bois has a pair. Pocket 6s. Turns a brick as well. Brings in a couple of gut shots. Du Bois still with the best hand. Is he going to be able to make it to showdown? Nick 6 takes a stab here with his gut shot. Fold, fold. Oh, and Du Bois not going anywhere. What a sticky, crafty call.
Neither is
Hangs
Woodley.
around.
Little does Woodley know, he actually has both of his cards as outs also for pairs. A 6 would be a devastating card to see.
Oh. So close. The clubs do come in. And Nick is not slowing down. Is Du Bois going to be able to hang on for one more here?
And you see Nick grabbing chips before it's even his turn.
Another ploy?
Could it be, or is he actually just preloading his chips?
That's kind of what I mean, though. Like, what's he trying to... He's obviously putting something off here. And we can see the cards, so we know he's trying to put off strength. But...
Isn't that kind of funny that, like, it almost looks like he is 100% just doing that. And Woodley's having none of it.
Wow. And Woodley just leads into the end.
It almost was certain that he was... Like, you could almost tell. Like, I've never actually paid attention to this, but you could almost tell that he wasn't even counting out an actual amount. He was just kind of moving his chips around. I've never actually paid attention to somebody who is doing that with their chips.
I mean, I have to think that he was going to bluff if it checked to him. But then do you say, well, actually, I think he might be a little weak because he was pulling out those chips beforehand.
It's so hard for me to take credence into a lot of the live tells that I pick up on because I've seen them mean different things for different people.
Sure.
So it would be like very player dependent that I've played with a lot. That I'd be able to pick up on something like that.
Du Bois, oh man, he's in agony right here. He wants to call with the 2 6s. This would be an epic call. And he's fishing for some information. Oh, and he calls. 6 is good. Good call right there. And Du Bois making a bit of a recovery here at the end, John. He gets the triple up, makes a great call here.
And I think that was the last end, if I heard them talking properly.
Is that it?
Well, at least good to end on a high note there.
No doubt. Looks like we might be having a flip here.
They're doing a flip to end the night here.
That'll give us a chance to wind things down in the booth. Can kind of watch this flip play out. Looks like it's going to be a $50 flip. Pretty healthy size. If all 9 players are in, that'll be $450 in the middle.
I think Gerard is not flipping. Gerard is a non-flipper.
they usually do Omaha flips for these, and yeah, you see Rick stacking up all of those chips. That's $450. Oh, yeah, minus stride. $400 in the middle. So not bad. Does make a difference onto the totals here. And we probably won't have actual hole cards on the screen here, but we're going to get to see. You see Woodley there already flipping one over.
3 of diamonds. He's for sure going to win this one. Still 86 of you guys hanging out with us in here, and we broke the 70 like mark. Much appreciated to all you guys sticking out with us tonight the entire time. I mean, look at all this this action that you've witnessed.
No doubt. We have had a blast in the booth. They've obviously had, well, some of these guys have had a blast in the game. Some of them maybe not so much. We've seen the agony and the ecstasy
We've seen
poker.
pain. We've seen absolute pain here tonight and absolute joy.
Oh, yeah.
I bet Tricky Fish is feeling absolutely great right now. Look at that stack he's got in front of him.
Oh, yeah, and it was less than an hour ago that he was sitting there frustrated.
With his pocket tens.
With his pocket tens, making all of the faces and classic body language signs of tilt.
And I just want to say thank you again, as Tiny has reminded me, for letting us cross the 1K subscriber mark tonight. What a momentous occasion for us. That is a huge milestone in our live stream's lifespan.
Oh, yeah.
And only upwards and onwards now.
No doubt. No doubt, dude. We had a great time, and catch the end of this action here, and then we'll wrap you guys up.
Seems like only a month ago was when the stream started. Maybe a little bit longer.
A couple months, but
we've made it.
We've made it. We made it to 1K.
And look at all these improvements.
Oh, yeah.
They are sweating out the rest of this flip.
Tricky Fish is excited about this flip. It's always more exciting to do this stuff whenever you're winning.
Yeah.
I feel like you're free rolling here at the end. Says he's dead. I wonder if we're going to get another camera angle. Probably the camera's getting hung up because we don't have the
action tracker.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
Probably not going to get another angle.
It's all right. We can just kind of hear here as we wrap things up. So just a couple of final notes for you guys before we call it quits for the night. We are here at Poker House of Dallas. This is the Next Gen Poker live stream. We've had a blast. We've had a ton of action. We've had some heartbreak. We've had some joyous, exciting moments. A lot of ups and downs for most of our players tonight. And just to wrap it up here in the booth, I am Mr. Nick, and I've got Mr. Nocturnal, a.k.a. John Hardy, here in the booth with me. I've had a great time with you tonight, John.
It's been a great time as always. I'm looking very excited for the next time we do this, which will be 2 weeks from today, because next week our very own Next Gen boys will be playing on Max Payne Monday on Hustler Live.
Absolutely. And we've
Big
got
sweat there.
We've got our live stream going off here at Poker House of Dallas several times a week, so be sure to check back. If you click that subscribe button, you're going to be getting a notification telling you when they're going live. And we will be back with you 2 weeks from now for the next edition of Next Gen Poker, teaming up with Poker House of Dallas for Savage Sundays every Sunday at 6 p.m. For Mr. John, I am Nick Morgan. We are out of here. Thank you guys for joining us, and see you next time. Peace.
Peace. Ice King. Ice King. We need a Savage soundbite.